falou que foi falar com a professora Célia. Testando o som. Bom dia. Senhoras e senhores, autoridades presentes, nesse momento daremos início ao 2º Congresso de Pós-Doutorandos da Universidade de São Paulo. O evento destina-se a divulgar e valorizar os trabalhos desenvolvidos pelos pós-doutorandos da USP nas mais diversas áreas do saber, ampliando sua projeção junto às instituições, à comunidade acadêmica e ao setor empresarial. Para compor a mesa, convidamos as seguintes autoridades: professora doutora Maria Arminda do Nascimento Arruda, vice-reitora da Universidade de São Paulo. Professor doutor Arlindo Felipe Júnior, chefe de gabinete do reitor. Professor doutor Raul Gonzalez Lima, coordenador executivo do Congresso e pró-reitor adjunto de inovação da Pró-Reitoria de Pesquisa e Inovação. Professora doutora Célia Regina da Silva Garcia, coordenadora executiva do Congresso e assessora do gabinete do reitor. Registramos e agradecemos a presença das seguintes autoridades que se apresentaram ao cerimonial: professor doutor Adenilson da Silva Simão, pró-reitor adjunto de pós-graduação; professor doutor Edmilson Dias de Freitas, coordenador executivo do gabinete do reitor e diretor do Instituto de Astronomia, Geofísica e Ciências Atmosféricas da USP; professor doutor José Roberto Cardoso, assessor do gabinete do reitor; professora doutora Miriam Debil Rosa, pró-reitora adjunta de Inclusão e Pertencimento, respondendo pela Pró-Reitoria de Inclusão e Pertencimento, e o professor doutor Garcia Neira, pró-reitor adjunto de Graduação da USP, respondendo pela Pró-Reitoria de Graduação. Para dar início, ouviremos a palavra de boas-vindas da professora doutora Célia Regina da Silva Garcia, coordenadora executiva do Congresso e assessora do gabinete do reitor.
Bom dia a todas e todos. Sejam muito bem-vindas ao Congresso, ao 2º Congresso, né, de Pós-Doutorandos da Universidade de São Paulo. Cumprimento a vice-reitora, professora Maria Arminda, do Nascimento Arruda, o chefe do gabinete, professor Arlindo Felipe Júnior, o pró-reitor adjunto de inovação, professor Raul Gonzalez. Cumprimento tantas pessoas aqui presentes, né? O professor Aloysio Segurado, o professor Marcos Neira, pró-reitor de graduação, a professora Miriam Debier, pró-reitora de Inclusão e Pertencimento, o pró-reitor adjunto de pós-graduação, professor Adenilson Simão, e vários amigos, várias amigas aqui presentes. É um prazer vê-los todos aqui. Bom, I would like to extend a very special welcome to Professor Marcia McNutt, the President of the National Academy of Science, and to Professor Michel Bouvier, a renowned molecular pharmacologist for the University of Montreal. We are truly honored by your presence. Thank you so much. Your participation enriches the discussion of this Congress and inspires the community of postdoctoral researchers. It's a great pleasure to welcome to University of São Paulo. Bom, é com imensa satisfação que damos início ao 2º Congresso de Pós-Doutorandos da Universidade de São Paulo. Esse evento, ele é organizado por uma parceria da Pró-Reitoria de Pesquisa e Inovação e com o gabinete do reitor. Esse é um momento especial de celebração, que damos início a esse congresso de pós-doutorandos. Ele é um momento de encontro, reflexão e promoção da pesquisa desenvolvida por pós-doutorandos em diferentes áreas do conhecimento. É importante destacar que esse formato de congresso ele nasceu a partir de uma iniciativa do reitor Carlotti, que, em 2023, nos propôs a realização de um congresso que é multidisciplinar, que reúne todas as áreas do conhecimento e, ao mesmo tempo, se configura como um espaço de diálogo. Esse modelo, na opinião do reitor, ele fomenta novas parcerias, impulsiona soluções inovadoras e se fortalece como um marco da integração científica. Só lembrando, né, que, no mundo atual, a verdadeira riqueza ela está relacionada à produção do conhecimento científico. Então, hoje, nós sabemos que é a ciência que impulsiona o desenvolvimento sustentável e competitivo dos países. E a pesquisa realizada pelos pós-doutorandos ela é fundamental nesse processo da aquisição do conhecimento. Dessa forma, o pós-doutoramento representa uma etapa de amadurecimento científico e de transição para a consolidação da carreira acadêmica, seja na universidade, seja em centros de pesquisas ou na indústria. Eu vou falar rapidamente, né, mas o primeiro congresso ele ocorreu há 2 anos atrás e ele resultou numa coletânea de 4 livros que serão lançados logo a seguir. E essas obras elas condensam o conteúdo de 1.200 posts, 350 palestras orais. Bom, mas o segundo congresso de pós-doutorandos da USP ele reúne uma programação muito rica e diversificada. Nós fizemos várias mudanças e adaptações, muito com a colaboração dos pós-docs. Com isso, eu agradeço muito, nós agradecemos muito, né? Vale a pena também ressaltar a relevância dos pós-doutorandos, não somente para a USP, mas para o país, né? Vocês contribuem com inovação, fortalecem o espírito da cooperação acadêmica, né? Então, cada palestra, pôster e discussão nesse congresso expressa não só a excelência científica, mas também a responsabilidade com o impacto social do conhecimento. Ao longo de 3 dias que ocorrerá o congresso, o evento vai contar com sessões orais de pôsteres dos pós-doutorandos, além dos painéis, conferências que abordam questões centrais para a ciência contemporânea. Nesse ano, nós acrescentamos uma iniciativa que nós consideramos especialmente significativa, que é a avaliação do potencial impacto social dos trabalhos apresentados no pôster. Isso vai ser conduzido pelos próprios pós-doutorandos, então, ao longo desses 3 dias do evento. Entre também os destaques do Congresso estão a avaliação da pesquisa, desafios na carreira de pós-doutorando, mulheres na ciência e na gestão acadêmica. Teremos a presença de representantes das principais agências de fomento nacional e do Estado também, né, a FAPER, reforçando o compromisso coletivo com o futuro da ciência no país. Bom, além de painéis sobre mudanças climáticas, transição energética, ciência, políticas públicas, inovação, segurança alimentar, o Congresso também abre espaço para reflexões amplas com palestras sobre diplomacia científica. E aqui nós temos, né, o nosso querido amigo representando. Essa diversidade, então, assegura um espaço, diálogo que conecta diferentes áreas do conhecimento e promove a integração entre ciência, inovação e sociedade. A programação desse ano também ela incluiu um tributo à Ruth e ao Victor Nussenzveig, que por suas inestimáveis contribuições na malária. Então, gostaria de chamar a atenção para essa programação, né, dedicada a esse casal. Gostaria de agradecer profundamente a todos os palestrantes, moderadores que aceitaram o nosso convite. Aos nossos convidados internacionais, pelo esforço da longa viagem, professora Marcia McNutt, professor Michel Bouvier, né, uma referência mundial em estudos de receptores de membrana em farmacologia. A contribuição de todos vocês vai ser fundamental para enriquecer os diálogos e inspirar as pessoas. Então, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Eu quero agradecer ao chefe do gabinete, professor Arlindo Felipe, e ao vice-chefe do gabinete, professor Edmilson Freitas, por todo o apoio. Quero agradecer também todos os assessores do gabinete, por todo o apoio que nós temos para desenvolver os projetos, né? Vocês são realmente pessoas muito queridas e muito importantes para o desenvolvimento dos projetos dessa reitoria. Também o apoio, né, dos presidentes e membros das comissões de pesquisa, das unidades que fizeram análise dos trabalhos que vão ser apresentados, pela seleção dos trabalhos orais. Agradeço particularmente o empenho e a dedicação da Rebeca Camaroto. Eu não vi a Rebeca, mas ela deve estar por aí. A Rebeca, ela desempenha um trabalho excepcional de dedicação e que foi fundamental para a gente realizar esse congresso, né? Agradeço também a Júlia Costa, a Yasmin, da PRPI, aos membros da comissão estendida, que nos ajudaram muito na organização do evento, aos pós-doutorandos e pós-doutorandos que aceitaram o desafio de apresentar seus trabalhos e compartilhar as suas experiências, suas trajetórias, né? Eu deixo um agradecimento também especial aos pós-docs ganhadores do prêmio de 2023. Vocês são os nossos embaixadores e embaixadoras do Congresso. Muitíssimo obrigada por todo o trabalho que vocês fizeram na comunicação, na divulgação. Gente, a lista é muito grande, eu tenho que encurtar isso aqui, senão vou ficar horas. Mas eu quero fazer um agradecimento à Bruna Honório Tonin, né, que é a representante dos pós-doutorandos. Bruna, muito obrigada. Eu sei que você se encontra num estágio no exterior, mas você também, a sua dedicação foi fundamental. E o pessoal da comunicação, o professor Eugênio Butti, a professora Clotilde Pérez, diretora da ECA, a Érica Dias, a Adriana Cruz, mas agradeço também, sobretudo, a parceria com o professor Raul Gonzalez, né, o Pró-Reitor adjunto de Inovação. Muito obrigada pelas riquíssimas discussões durante a organização desse congresso, sua visão muito ampla, muito sharp sobre ciência, sobre inovação, enriqueceu muito a programação e vai fortalecer muito o diálogo interdisciplinar. Bom, eu desejo que esse congresso seja inspirador, que abra novas perspectivas de colaboração, fortaleça a rede de pesquisadores que aqui se forma, né? E que possamos juntos afirmar o valor da ciência, da universidade pública e do compromisso com o futuro mais justo, mais sustentável e inovador. Bom, por último, né, eu quero deixar uma mensagem aos docentes da USP, né, da Universidade de São Paulo. Sente um orgulho muito grande para cada um de vocês reconhece a importância do que vocês fazem. Então, a mensagem é: sigam firme. Essa é uma etapa muito importante da carreira de vocês, e vocês são quase 3.000 pós-doutores nessa Universidade de São Paulo. Sigam na busca de soluções para os inúmeros desafios que a nossa sociedade enfrenta, contribuindo para transformá-la de forma positiva, né? Bom, então, muito obrigada, né, pela presença de todos e um excelente congresso a todas e todos.
Registramos e agradecemos a presença do professor doutor Reinaldo Giudice, diretor da Escola Politécnica. E agora convidamos para fazer uso da palavra o professor doutor Raul Gonzalez Lima, coordenador executivo do Congresso e pró-reitor adjunto de Inovação da Pró-Reitoria de Pesquisa e Inovação.
Bom dia a todos. É uma enorme alegria esta cerimônia de início do 2º Congresso dos Pós-Doutorandos da USP. Inicialmente, eu gostaria de saudar a professora Maria Arminda, vice-reitora da Universidade de São Paulo, que muito tem nos ajudado conceitualmente em toda essa modernização da atitude da universidade em relação à sociedade. Gostaria de saudar a presença do professor Arlindo Felipe, chefe do gabinete da reitoria, que foi um defensor incansável também deste congresso em todas as suas etapas. Agradeço demais a minha parceira de organização de congresso, Célia Garcia, professora Célia Garcia, também principalmente pelas percepções do futuro da ciência. Gostaria de saudar algumas pessoas. A nominata já foram feitas nominatas, mas algumas pessoas eu preciso saudar. O professor Carlos Graef, representando aqui a FAPESP, muito obrigado pela sua presença. O professor Anderson Correia, superintendente do IPT. Em nome do Aloysio Segurado, pró-reitor de graduação, eu gostaria de saudar todos os nossos colegas da Universidade de São Paulo, inclusive todos os pró-reitores e pró-reitores adjuntos presentes. Gostaria de saudar também a presença da professora Liede Bernucci, recém-diretora da Escola Politécnica e recém-superintendente do IPT também. Bom, eu gostaria de dar um pouquinho da visão deste congresso, porque ele é tão importante e tão necessário. A saúde global, a saúde do mundo, a saúde dos seres humanos, a saúde da democracia e o bem-estar social das nações, todos dependem de um fluxo novo do conhecimento que precisa chegar a beneficiar setores da sociedade. O novo fluxo do conhecimento é decorrência da economia do conhecimento e de dos próprios fundamentos da existência da universidade, que só existe numa relação cambiante com a sociedade. A relação da universidade com a sociedade muda o tempo todo. e a academia precisa ter flexibilidade organizacional para acompanhar esse processo. Desejo, sinceramente, que este congresso ajude no aprimoramento deste fluxo, principalmente evidenciando o papel dos pós-doutorandos neste fluxo. Esse papel, ele será um pouco ilustrado, dentro de alguns instantes, através dos 4 livros do primeiro congresso. É uma das maneiras em que essa importância dos pós-doutorandos se manifesta. Obrigado.
Neste momento, ouviremos as palavras do professor doutor Alindo Felipe Júnior, chefe de gabinete do reitor.
Muito bom dia. Pessoal, vamos cumprimentar-nos todos. Muito bom dia. Bom dia. E que esse bom dia vibrante, com energia, nos acompanhe nos 3 dias desse segundo congresso de pós-doc da Universidade de São Paulo. Gostaria de, nesse momento, saudar, em nome da professora Maria Arminda Arruda do Nascimento, todos aqueles que estão aqui representando autoridades acadêmicas das nossas universidades. Também gostaria de saudar a presença neste momento da abertura também do evento, do professor Carlos Graff, Pró-Reitor de Pesquisa da Unesp e que também, nesse momento, representa aqui, é o diretor-presidente da FAPESP. Também, professor Anderson, também pela sua presença aqui, caracterizando a conexão entre a universidade e o Instituto de Pesquisa do Estado de São Paulo, o quanto isso traz de benefícios e de sinergias no processo de desenvolvimento do conhecimento e também na busca das suas aplicações. Quero destacar o tremendo trabalho em coworking que foi realizado pela professora Célia Garcia e pelo professor Raul Gonzalez Lima, que não mediram esforços para a realização desse segundo congresso, que representa um espaço onde cada um dos pós-docs tem a condição de colocar o seu portfólio, daquilo que realiza, da pesquisa que desenvolve, do conhecimento que tem e, ao mesmo tempo, das conexões e da rede que desenvolve no âmbito não só da Universidade de São Paulo, mas com as demais universidades do Brasil e internacionais. A pujança da rede que se faz a partir da conexão entre pós-docs, os seus supervisores, que são professores da universidade, no desenvolvimento de pesquisas que se tornam referência e possibilidade de desenvolvimento do país, são aqui colocados também. Este congresso, a Universidade de São Paulo entendeu como de grande relevância a sua realização, porque essa universidade ela tem cerca de 2.900 pós-docs atuando ao mesmo tempo, em todos os campi da universidade. Isso significa, por baixo, mais de 5.000 pessoas, ou seja, 2.900 pós-docs e os seus supervisores, que não são, muitas vezes, o dobro, mas pode até ser o dobro, uma vez que, às vezes, esses supervisores têm vários pós-docs. Então, num contexto desses, esse espaço de trabalho e esse espaço de desenvolvimento científico e, ao mesmo tempo, de conexões acadêmico-científicas, se torna de grande relevância para cada um daqueles que aqui desenvolve o seu estudo, a sua pesquisa, e que apresenta, nesse congresso, aquilo que é resultado ou aquilo que está em desenvolvimento, mostrando à própria sociedade aquilo que poderá ser considerado interessante para o desenvolvimento do Estado e do país. Quero também registrar a importância dos nossos servidores na realização desses trabalhos. A professora Célia já havia mencionado a presença da Rebeca e menciono também a presença da Luciana como 2 servidores que deram suporte para isso, além de toda uma equipe que faz com que isso venha a acontecer. Da mesma forma, a presença de um grupo de pós-docs fazendo parte da comissão organizadora e definindo, a partir dos temas, aquilo que seria de maior visibilidade no momento da sua apresentação em termos dos posters e, é claro, colocando isso como eu já mencionei no começo, um portfólio de cada pós-doc, mas também é um portfólio da Universidade de São Paulo em relação aos temas que aqui são desenvolvidos pelas nossas unidades em todos os campi dessa universidade. Dentro desse aspecto, também considero de grande relevância contarmos aqui com a nobre e honrosa presença da professora Marcia McNutt, President of the National Academy of Science, to whom we would like to thank you very much for coming here, and it's an honor for us to have you during these days, and maybe giving some sights for our postdocs. Eu acredito que seria extremamente também interessante os pós-docs terem consciência de que contamos aqui com colegas de outras universidades brasileiras e de outras universidades estrangeiras, como a Universidade de Montreal e outras, e nesse momento paro por aqui, né, professora Célia? Então, dentro desse aspecto, pessoal, eu diria que é uma grande oportunidade para cada um de nós que somos dessa universidade, termos a condição de poder apresentar os nossos trabalhos, contando nas nossas audiências com representantes de setores governamentais, com representantes de setores empresariais, com representantes acadêmicos, diretores de unidades nossas, os nossos pró-reitores de graduação, de pós-graduação, de pesquisa, a quem saúdo, inclusive, em nome do professor Paulo Nussenzveig como pró-reitor de Pesquisa e Inovação. E, dentro desse aspecto, a Pró-Reitoria de Cultura e Extensão, onde os trabalhos desenvolvidos nos pós-docs venham a se tornar espaços de prática e de aplicação efetiva no seio da própria sociedade. E a professora, a Pró-Reitoria de Inclusão e Pertencimento, que também faz parte, né, de algo que se implementou ao longo desses 4 anos e que é fruto de um trabalho já de longa maturação dentro da própria universidade, trazendo uma preocupação em ampliar os espaços de maior bem-estar para todos aqueles que militam no seio da universidade. Com isso, desejo a todos que aqui estão, em nome do professor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Júnior, nosso reitor, que traz uma mensagem de sucesso nas vidas acadêmicas, científicas e profissionais de cada um daqueles que aqui estão presentes. E lembrando que, assim que assumiu, ele realmente nos chamou e disse: a Universidade de São Paulo tem uma riqueza imensa no conjunto de pós-docs que desenvolvem suas atividades aqui na nossa universidade. É importante que isso seja mostrado. Isso foi feito com a competência do professor Raul Gonçalves Lima e da professora Célia Garcia, que conseguiram fazer o primeiro congresso de pós-docs da universidade, com um resultado magnífico que vai ser mostrado em algum momento, né, professora Célia? E, ao mesmo tempo, agora, com esse segundo, em que nós temos novamente um conjunto significativo de temas variados, fazendo parte daquilo que é preocupação e que é desejo de desenvolvimento na sociedade brasileira. Muito obrigado, tenhamos todos um bom dia.
Anunciamos nesse momento as palavras da professora doutora Maria Arminda do Nascimento Arruda, vice-reitora da Universidade de São Paulo.
Muito obrigada. Bom, bom dia a todas as pessoas presentes. Eu quero agradecer muitíssimo a professora Célia Garcia e o professor Raul Gonzalez Lima por este convite tão honroso, qual seja a de participar, né, na abertura desse segundo Congresso de Pós-Doutorandos da USP. Cumprimento o professor Arlindo Felipe, chefe de gabinete do reitor. Quero cumprimentar muito especialmente os nossos convidados, em especial os cientistas que vieram de outros países, a doutora, a professora Marcia McNutt, da National Academy of Sciences, dos Estados Unidos, o professor Michel Bouvier, da Universidade de Montreal. Quero cumprimentar os nossos pró-reitores aqui presentes, o professor Marcos Neira, o professor Adenilson Simão, cumprimentar a professora Miriam Debier Rosa. Quero cumprimentar os representantes das instituições, cumprimentar o professor Carlos Greff, representando aqui a FAPESP, o professor Anderson, representando o IPT. Quero cumprimentar os participantes que nos deram a honra das outras universidades aqui presentes, e muito particularmente os premiados desse segundo Congresso de Pós-Doutorandos, os premiados de 2023, que representam todas as áreas do conhecimento. Cumprimento ainda os diretores, os assessores da reitoria, professor Edmilson Dias de Freitas, professor Roberto Cardoso, e em nome do professor Reinaldo Giudice, diretor da Escola Politécnica, cumprimento os diretores, aos participantes do Congresso e, ao mesmo tempo, não posso deixar de lembrar e de saudar os organizadores, os servidores que colaboraram para essa organização, ao mesmo tempo ao Rodrigo Amaral, assessor especial da vice-reitoria. Enfim, sublinho a extrema importância desse evento. Isso é sintoma do significado que a USP confere ao programa de pós-doutoramento e o respeito que a Universidade de São Paulo tem à pesquisa científica e à produção intelectual. E, por que não dizer, a aposta na renovação permanente da universidade. Dito de outra maneira, quando a Universidade de São Paulo celebra o programa de pós-doutorado, está reafirmando a importância que atribui à participação das novas gerações no quadro da docência e da pesquisa. Fundamental reconhecer mesmo que de forma subjacente, a presença de uma aposta da USP na renovação, no arejamento da universidade, seja na construção de novos objetos e temas de pesquisa, uma vez que os problemas de pesquisa formulados e construídos não são casuais, seja ainda na convivência acadêmica, alterando de forma muito salutar a nossa sociabilidade. Quando as gerações de professores já de anos convivem com os novos professores e pesquisadores do pós-doutoramento, pós-doutores, têm a oportunidade de estar com uma nova geração e, ao mesmo tempo, conhecer novas perspectivas de análise. No fundo, nós estamos imersos numa vaga de renovação. Acrescente-se ainda que a presença do programa de pós-doutoramento expressa uma mudança na carreira docente e na carreira da pesquisa. Em outros termos, a complexidade atual do sistema científico passou a pressupor mais um patamar em função da necessidade diferenciada da pesquisa contemporânea, também em função da complexidade do mundo em que vivemos. Essas duas coisas não se desprendem, estão, ao contrário, referenciadas. É por essa razão que se pode afirmar a mudança no sentido de complexificação do sistema acadêmico e científico nas universidades. Os rankings internacionais são parte dessa transformação, às vezes parte deletéria. O crescimento do programa de pós-doutorado é outra manifestação. A exigência da inovação como componente da pesquisa universitária, a qual o professor Raul já se referiu, configura-se outra exigência. Não por casualidade, a criação de um programa com este porte, existia programa de pós-doutorado, mas com este porte na USP, no qual, nos anos 1980, fins de 1980 e início de 1990, durante a gestão do reitor José Goldenberg, e era patrocinado pelo CNPq e coordenado pelo diretor do CNPq, José Jobson de Andrade Arruda, foi desativado em seguida. Isso significava o quê? Não era uma prioridade da universidade naquele momento, e foi substituído pelo Programa de Iniciação Científica, o PIBIC. Interessante observar com o recuo do tempo. Havia algo de antecipação de tempos futuros quando o CNPq e o reitor Goldenberg propuseram um programa de pós-doutoramento com uma comissão de alto nível que fazia a seleção. Se buscava no fundo, diferenciar a USP entre as suas congêneres. O panorama atual é completamente diverso. Que bom! A ideia da pesquisa científica como inovação permanente torna-nos militantes de um conhecimento jovem, para inspirar-me no grande Max Weber, que afirmou que a sociologia, a sua disciplina, minha também, era uma ciência, por ser uma ciência da história, era permanentemente uma ciência jovem. Por que jovem? Porque o caráter mutante da história nos leva a criar problemas sempre outros de pesquisa. As suas referências, então, derivavam do reconhecimento ele chega a lembrar Goethe e falar que é o reconhecimento de que a história é uma onda permanente, que sempre exigia, então, que estivéssemos em meio à insegurança. Há uma homologia, assim, entre os jovens cientistas pós-doutores e a juventude da ciência, porque a ciência é sempre jovem, que está ligada à sua renovação permanente. Portanto, há uma aposta. É uma aposta que nos torna sempre jovens. Talvez por isso estejamos nessa profissão, uma espécie de recusa de envelhecer. Talvez porque nós estejamos engolfados naquilo que Flaubert chamou que era o métier do escritor. Ele dizia que era uma orgia perpétua para parodiar, então, Flaubert, sobre a questão da ciência. A ciência é uma orgia perpétua, porque não nos abandona, nos leva o tempo todo a produzir novos problemas que produzem uma vida científica e intelectual diversa. Esse encantamento que resulta da descoberta e da elucidação dos fenômenos da existência em todas as suas dimensões. Excelente evento para vocês. Há uma programação altamente diferenciada e que absorve todos os campos e os temas fundamentais aos quais o mundo contemporâneo e nós mesmos estamos inseridos. Muito obrigada.
Neste momento, os professores Arlindo, Raul e Célia farão a apresentação do lançamento da coletânea de 4 volumes de resumos, originada do primeiro congresso realizado em 2023.
Tem um conjunto de slides, por favor. Eu gostaria de falar umas palavras no lançamento do livro de resumos do primeiro congresso de pós-docs, Deve ser outro lugar. Ah, tá bom. Obrigado. No primeiro congresso de pós-docs, dois eventos pairam na minha memória. O primeiro foi a apresentação dos pôsteres. Então, imaginem 600 pôsteres lado a lado, multidisciplinares e refletindo não as nossas disciplinas acadêmicas, mas os desafios da humanidade. Este livro é o segundo marco deste primeiro congresso, onde, de novo, ele está organizado pelos desafios da humanidade. E então a gente tem um QR Code onde vocês podem baixar esses 4 livros. Eles são um testemunho, é um rosto da universidade através dos trabalhos dos pós-doutorandos. Ele contém 1.200 resumos, sempre com esse aspecto de multidisciplinariedade, desafio da humanidade e impacto social. Este livro não é um livro de leitura que a gente vai lendo página por página, porque são 1.200 páginas. Entretanto, são uma ferramenta crucial agora para alimentar os Large Language Models. Eles fazem parte dos nossos acordos. Só para dar um exemplo, quando, no acordo com o Senai diz que tem 470 indústrias pedindo desenvolvimento tecnológico e científico, a gente apresenta esse tipo de plataforma, esse tipo de documentação para que eles se aproximem de nós. Esse tipo de documento, ele é um cartão de visita frente ao Itamaraty, Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, e outros ministérios, Ministério da Saúde, por exemplo. Então, que esse livro continue criando laços e relações com os nossos parceiros. Obrigado.
Então, acho que é uma satisfação muito grande para nós conseguir, em tempo, trazer o lançamento desse livro, depois de, enfim, alguns desafios. E se vocês, não sei se a gente consegue abrir o livro, chama atenção e agradeço, né, as palavras do reitor, professor Carlotti, que fez um prefácio, e um prefácio muito acolhedor para essa coletânea, né, de trabalhos, como o professor Raul falou, são 4 volumes, e esses 4 volumes são muito interessantes, né? O primeiro é Sustentabilidade e Saúde, o equilíbrio entre agricultura, pecuária e meio ambiente. O segundo, Metrópoles em Transformação, Desafios e Soluções para a Redução das Desigualdades, Cultura e Democracia, a Educação e as Artes como Ferramentas de Transformação, e da Matriz Energética à Indústria Sustentável, os Novos Cenários da Economia. Ou seja, os 1.200 trabalhos apresentados no Congresso de 2023, eles foram catalogados, de uma certa forma, em 4 temas, 4 grandes temas. Ou seja, a universidade consegue conversar uma com a outra. Que era esse que era o pedido, né, do professor Carlotti, do reitor, que organizássemos um evento onde as diferentes áreas pudessem interagir, porque, na visão do reitor, esse é o futuro da ciência, a interdisciplinaridade, a multidisciplinaridade. Então, eu espero que, como o professor Raul falou, né, não é um livro para ler, mas é muito interessante, né? A gente vivenciar a riqueza do trabalho dos pós-doutorandos dessa universidade. Bom, eu tinha preparado aqui um texto muito grande para falar do livro, mas eu acho que eu vou passar a palavra para o professor Arlindo falar algumas palavras sobre o livro. Tá bom.
O que eu teria a falar é uma coisa muito simples. A USP está mostrando os cientistas que o Brasil tem, a capacidade de produção intelectual e de desenvolvimento científico que a nossa gente tem, e as universidades conseguem, de fato, entregar soluções, proposições, políticas públicas para que a sociedade possa ter tempos melhores sob o ponto de vista de qualidade de vida de cada um que vive nesse país e em outros países também. Então, eu acredito que com isso, com esse documento, a sociedade toma conhecimento agora também por meio de um e-book disponível de forma livre na biblioteca virtual da USP, além de ter o QR Code, né, como você já mencionou, e que deste congresso, segundo congresso, possa resultar também publicações com esse nível de enfoque e, principalmente, de demonstração do intelecto brasileiro colocado à disposição da sociedade brasileira por meio das suas universidades. Era isso que eu teria a falar também, professora Célia, professor Raul, pelo trabalho magnífico que vocês, junto com a equipe de pós-docs que contribuiu também, além de todos os professores e profissionais que contribuíram enquanto membros das comissões julgadoras e por aí afora. Então, eu acho que com isso o livro estaria lançado, né, professora?
Está lançado. Claro que está lançado, e parabéns. Parabéns a vocês por essa iniciativa tão importante. Parabéns aos pós-doutorandos. Muito obrigada.
Querem tirar uma foto ali na frente? Só um minuto. Anunciamos o término da cerimônia de abertura do 2º Congresso de Pós-Doutorando da Universidade de São Paulo. Solicitamos às autoridades que tomem o assento na plateia para que possamos dar continuidade aos trabalhos. Permanece à mesa a professora doutora Maria Arminda do Nascimento Arruda, que fará a apresentação da professora Marcia McNutt, responsável pela conferência a ser ministrada.
Bom, novamente, bom dia, good morning. Marcia McNutt, President of the National Academy of Sciences. Professor Marcia McNutt is a geophysicist and the President of the National Academy of Sciences. From 2013 to 2016, she served as editor-in-chief of the science journals. Prior to joining Science, she was director of the U.S. Geophysical Survey from 2009 to 2013 for her contribution during the Deepwater Horizon of spill. Professor McNutt was awarded from the U.S. Coast Guard's Meritorious Service Medal. McNutt served as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute in California. From 2002, she served as President of the American Geophysical Union. McNutt began her academic career at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, where she was professor of geophysics and directed the joint program of oceanography, applied ocean science and engineering. Her research area is dynamics of the upper mantle and lithosphere of geological time scales. This work has taken for her distant continents and oceans for field observations. McNutt received a Bachelor in Physics from Colorado College and her PhD in Earth Sciences at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. She also holds honorary doctorate degrees from the following universities: Colorado College, University of Minnesota, Mount University, Colorado School of Mines, University of Miami, Uppsala University, Michigan State University, Systems Polytechnic Institute, George Washington University, Boston University, Texas A&M University, Indiana University, Bloomington National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Professor McNutt is also member of the following prestigious academic institutions: National Academy of Engineering, American Philosophical Society, American Academy of Arts and Sciences, foreign member of the Royal Society UK, Russian Academy of Sciences, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Foreign Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, Fellow of the Geological Society of America, American Association for the Advancement of Science, International Association of Geodesy. In 1908, she was awarded the Medal for Research Accomplishment by a Young Scientist. In 2007, she received the Morris Ewing Medal for the contribution to deep sea exploration. Professor Marcia McNutt. Thank you for coming, Professor Marcia McNutt. I welcome you at the University of São Paulo. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that introduction was longer than the speech I'm going to give to you today. But let me start by just asking, for the postdocs here, how many of you are postdocs in one of the sciences, life science, physical sciences, or social sciences? How many? Okay, and how many postdocs from the humanities? All right, and how many from the arts? Okay, good. So we have a very broad group today. So what I'm going to talk to you about, if I could have my slides up here, I think they're somewhere in your system. Well, we'll get those slides up. While we start, what I wanted to talk to you today is about changes that are coming in the academic enterprise. And I'm going to focus, I can just use this myself? All right, let's see. Central. Yeah. Okay, well, while we try to find the slides, let me tell you what I'm going to talk about today. Oh yeah, we can just get them up here. Changes are coming to the university and the research enterprise in America. And although some of you may be familiar with what that enterprise looks like in America, it's probably different than what you have here in Brazil, but in many ways, this is an international university and international scientific enterprise. Here we go. So I wanted to talk to you today about reimagining what career paths might look like in the future. What I have found when I talk to audiences around the world is that things that are happening in the US have either already happened somewhere else, are happening somewhere else, or will happen somewhere else. So I hope in what I talk to you today, you will find some inspiration for changes in career paths that you would like to see happen here in Brazil, because the young people in this audience are going to be the change agents for the future. So academia as an enterprise is especially slow to change. Here's a picture from a graduation ceremony. We all still march around in medieval costumes that relate from the Middle Ages in Europe. And we haven't changed that in 1,000 years or so. Here's a picture of the Library of Alexandria and a picture of Harvard's Widener Library. I think that someone from ancient Egypt would feel very comfortable in the Widener Library. They would still see documents. They might be books rather than scrolls, but libraries are still places of learning, even thousands of years after the creation of the Library of Alexandria. And here's a picture from Bologna University, one of the earliest universities ever founded. And on the right, you see a picture of Stanford University. I think a student from 11th century Bologna would feel very comfortable at Stanford University. They would feel like it's the same kind of open learning environment. Now, I don't want to give the impression that academia has not changed at all in the last 1,000 years or so. And particularly, if you look at the period 1978 to the early part of this century, there have been all sorts of drivers for change. For example, the Berlin Wall fell. And when the Berlin Wall fell, the Cold War ended, and on all of our universities around the world, economic progress replaced national security as a main reason for having universities and wanting to educate young people. It's to economically improve the situations in their countries. We saw the rise of the internet, and universities were one of the first organizations to embrace the internet and advance it for communication. What it means is that whereas it used to take weeks for mail to get across the Atlantic between Europe and the Americas, now it takes microseconds for the transmission of new discoveries, for sharing our research papers, et cetera. And certainly, universities are much better off for having done this. And then you notice the group up here in front, where we had several prominent women. There was the rise of something called the Me Too movement in America, which spread internationally and has led to the embracing of women, not only in the humanities and the arts, but more recently in the sciences. For example, when I was a graduate student back many decades ago, I was the only woman in my field at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Now, there are more women than men studying oceanography at the PhD level. So there have certainly been changes. I put up here the cover of a book called The Exceptions. It's written by Kate Zernike, who was a reporter at the Washington Globe. And this book chronicles a time back when I was on the faculty of MIT, and the women faculty in science rose up and demanded equal treatment. And we did it in a way that resonated at a place like MIT. Because rather than just saying we weren't being treated well, Nancy Hopkins, who was the leader of this revolt, went around with a tape measure, and she measured the size of the offices for all the women. She measured the size of the labs for all of the women. And she found that across the entire School of Science, women had smaller offices, smaller labs, smaller startup packages to equip their labs. They had lower salaries, and they were on less prestigious committees. Women were put on things like the library committee, whereas men got to control the space committee. So, and then they also went outside of MIT and asked their colleagues, male colleagues in universities around the country and around the world, to rank how prestigious the women were. And they found that despite these smaller offices, lower pay, and less prestigious committees, the women were equally, if not more highly regarded than the men. So this was like a shot heard round the world. MIT, the president at the time, said, I always thought it was perception that women weren't being treated equally, but now I've seen the data, and it is reality. So MIT changed their ways, and other organizations did too. So academia can change. But there are drivers for change now that universities need to embrace and move forward. For example, climate change. On many universities across the country, we're looking at ways of how do we make our own campuses more sustainable? How do we use less energy? How do we improve the transportation around campus? There's new tools such as AI. We have to address inequality that we still see in academia. It's still expensive to get a university education, and there are some parts of our citizens, whether it's Brazil or America, who have not had the training to qualify for university admission. This is something we have to work about. There's emerging diseases. We all recall the dark days of the COVID epidemic when classes were being canceled and it was more difficult for students to get their education. And of course, we're now in the era of misinformation. Misinformation is one of the most pernicious threats to universities, because universities have always been sacred places of learning and facts. And misinformation is threatening the very foundation of what we all believe in. So let me turn now to what needs to change. Well, academia is a very complicated system, and you can't just poke at one place and not expect to see impacts in another place. So I would say we need to change just about everything we're doing. And that is, we need to change our measures of success, how we decide who to hire onto the faculty, who we decide to promote and tenure. Desired skill sets in our students. We've been training them to be just like their advisors for many years. And I think now what we're looking for is a very much broader skill set in young people who are going to be pursuing learned work. Our career pathways. How do we move from being a student to being a first job and promoted in that way? Research institutions are going to have to change. The partnerships we have with others, and how we are disseminating our research, how we are making sure that other people know what we've discovered. So let's start with definitions of success for academic researchers. On the left, I have what we are measuring now, and I've got on the right what I think are measures that we should be considering for the future. So you see now it's publications, publications, publications. That's what every researcher needs. Basic discovery, finding out new things, is also valued. Citations. If you publish something but no one ever reads it, then that's not as important as a paper that gets lots of citations. Journal impact factors. I know there's going to be a discussion here about DORA. Journal impact factors apply to journals, not to individual papers in them. And so it is inappropriate to consider where a paper is published, because there are papers in very highly prestigious journals that never get cited, and some in journals that aren't as prestigious that garner tons of citations. I remember when I was a postdoc, so in the position that many of you are in, one of my mentors told me that he didn't think citations should count in hiring and tenure and promotion. And he said the reason why, as a geoscientist, if he wanted to boost his citation rate, all he would do is write a paper that improved by 1 decimal point the estimate of the ellipticity of the Earth. The Earth is not a sphere, it's an oblate sphere. And that ellipticity correction is used in any seismic data set, any geodetic data set, in understanding mapping, in all of the measurements we make from space. You need to correct for Earth's ellipticity. So would that 1 additional decimal point make a difference in anything we know about the planet? Probably not. But because it was the latest and greatest, he would get lots of citations. So citations are a very imperfect measure. And then, of course, we also evaluate people on research funding that they've received. And again, back when I was a postdoc, one of the faculty members that no one wanted to work with was famous for having lots of research funding, but the research funding came from the Navy and they were paying him to do some kind of sorting of transistors, which was going to make no difference to the understanding of the oceans. So research funding secured can also be an imperfect measure. In terms of the future, I think things we're going to be putting more pressure on is tech transfer. Have you discovered something that is actually going to make for better products and services that make citizens better, to make them healthier, to make them have better jobs or better tools to use? Startups launched. How many startups has your research inspired in your country? Because that's going to add to gross national product or GDP. It's going to provide jobs for the people of your nation. Policy relevant research. Research sometimes isn't just used for new products and services, but also for better public decisions. Is your research driving better decisions by your government? Trustworthy results. We have put way too much emphasis on splashy findings, which may not serve the test of time, and instead making sure that your results are reproducible, that you have been clear in your methods. This is going to be more important in the future. Mentorship. Too many students find that their faculty members are not very supportive of their careers. And so mentoring students, helping them find their next jobs, telling them how the system works is going to be more important. Ability to work well with others. There's way too much emphasis on researchers as individuals and not enough emphasis on, but does anyone else want to work with them? If no one else wants to work with them, then they're probably not going to be people you want to keep around. And interdisciplinary communication. One of my predecessors at the National Academy of Sciences, Bruce Alberts, who was a molecular biologist, told me that in first-year biology at a university level, you learn more new words than you do in a first-year foreign language class. So we are all speaking different languages in our fields. And if we don't learn how to communicate with people in other fields, we're never going to make the great discoveries that are at the boundaries of disciplinary barriers. For example, scientists working with engineers or scientists working with artists. If you can't communicate to them, then you're not doing very well. So let me give you an example of someone who I think is just doing a great job on all the things on the right side of this list. And that is one of my former colleagues, Bob Langer, who's a professor at MIT. He holds 1,400 granted or pending patents. And of those patents, 400 have been licensed to companies to make products from them. Pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies, chemical companies, medical device companies. He has founded over 40 new companies, including Moderna, and it is his students walking out of his lab and taking leadership in those companies, which has been the most important vector for technology transfer. He's credited with creating billions of dollars of new products, including drug delivery systems and biomedical materials. His students are leaders in both industry and in academia. And of course, he did well on the left side of that. He's got lots of publications and citations, but they do not measure in any way Langer's contributions to the research enterprise. Now let's talk about desired skill sets for students, graduate students, postdocs. Right now, I put at top of the list, posing the right questions. In my view, the answers are easy. It's the questions that are hard. And a young person that poses exactly the right question that is testable and verifiable is probably that is as important as determining the answer to those questions. And then, of course, they have to devise experiments to test them. They have to have a good grounding in laboratory techniques. They have to be able to do data analysis, technical writing, and, of course, be able to secure grants. In the future, I think the very important skills we're going to be looking for is teamwork. Because after all, it's a very interdisciplinary, international world that we're in now. And if you can't work well with others, then I think your career options are going to be limited. Managing projects on time and on budget. It doesn't matter whether it's a grant at a university or whether it's a project in industry. Being able to do project management is an increasingly important skill set. Thorough documentation of what you did. You know, in the early days of my career, I remember that the papers that people would publish would sort of say, well, this is kind of what I did, but this is what I found. And the emphasis wasn't how you got the answer. Now, how you got the answer is just as important as what you found if someone wants to check your work and reproduce it to make sure that this is a trustworthy result. Quality data archiving. Again, when I started as a student, there were faculty in my graduate institution who would collect data and they would keep it to themselves until the day they died. And that is no longer possible, no longer legal to do. We're all sharing our data. But let me tell you, I can name the people in my field who are well known for producing data sets that other people can use. To simply put your data in a public data repository, but no one else can figure out what the data are or how to use them, that doesn't do anyone any good. So the measure should not be on how often does your data go into a public repository. It should be how often do other people take that data out of it and use it for their own research. That is quality data archiving. Ethical conduct. We've heard too many stories recently of people making up data, falsifying results, plagiarizing other people's work. There is no room in academia for people who are unethical in their conduct of science. But yet, I know up until very recently, and maybe even in the present day, if a university finds that one of their faculty members has been behaving unethically, what they do is they want them to go away quietly. They don't want to make a big deal of it. They don't want the reputation of the university harmed. So often what they'll do is say, we won't prosecute, we won't say anything about it if you just leave. And that's passing to another institution, someone who is probably going to make the same mistakes there. So we have to be more public about ethical conduct. And then also, communicating with non-experts. It's one thing to talk to people in different disciplines, but talking to people who aren't even scientists, how do we possibly expect the public to support our academic research if we can't tell them why it matters to them? One of my friends has said that if I'm on an airplane and I'm flying somewhere and someone next to me says, by the way, who do you work for? My stock answer should be, I work for you. Because it is the taxes that the public pays that supports our research at institutions. So being able to tell them not only that you work for them, but why they should care. Why is it important that what you're doing to their lives? And I'm sure we all can find reasons why. Okay, now let's talk about broadening career pathways. The majority of STEM students in the US right now don't go into university positions when they graduate and they finish their postdocs. The vast majority of them go into industry. In America right now, industry employs most graduates, they fund the most research, and they conduct more research than is actually done in universities right now. That's the situation in the US, and I'll tell you, that's going to be coming to Brazil too. But what's interesting about industry is despite the fact that they do most of the research in the US, they only publish 6% of the publications. So it's a very closed system when people go into industry. Government and non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, also employ many STEM students. And for that reason, we in academia need better partnerships with government, with industry especially, with foundations and other private groups to provide internship opportunities that better expose students to non-academic applications of science. As long as professors are training students exactly in their own image, they're going to find that they are not as valued in industry as if we have partnerships with industry from the beginning and train those students in the skill sets that are important for jobs in industry. So let me give you an example of an institution in the US that's doing that. Its name is Keck Graduate Institute. It's been around for a little bit more than a decade. I was on the visioning committee that came up with the concept for this. Keck Graduate Institute. It's in California, and the idea of it was we kept hearing from leaders in pharmaceutical companies and in biotech companies that they were hiring these really smart students from academia, but not a single one knew how to do a clinical study. Because we generally don't do that in academia. Not a single one knew how to get a drug through regulatory approval so that it could be sold. Most of them didn't know how to manage a big project. They didn't know how to work with people in finance, et cetera. And so this is a 2-year program for undergraduates. So an undergraduate who has an undergraduate degree in business, engineering, biology, can go there for 2 years. Very often, a private company will actually pay for their 2-year degree on the understanding that they'll come work for them. Every student walks across that stage already with several job offers in hand, and they are all starting at 6-figure salaries, more than $100,000 a year for their studies. And why, when you have something like Keck Graduate Institute, or where you could create institutes like Keck in AI or in various areas of material science, et cetera, why would you want a student to have to do a 5-year PhD and maybe 4 years of postdocs when a 2-year master's program can get them a great job, a great salary, and a lifelong career? So I think this is going to be inspiring other moves like this, and even some of them could be within a university. You don't even have to span off a new university. You could create a center within a university that builds on the Keck model. So I think we also need to spur innovation in higher education, in universities' undergraduate and graduate work and demand evidence for the efficiency and the usefulness of those innovations. So I've started talking about measuring what matters, not publications, but impact and patents and things like that. I think for students, we should replace credit-based on classroom hours with competency-based learning. Right now in the United States, if you want to graduate, you have to have so many credit hours that you have completed. But that says nothing about, but did you actually learn anything useful? So I think competency-based learning is going to be coming in. We need to replace passive instruction with newer e-learning techniques. I remember when I was teaching at MIT years ago, I was teaching an undergraduate course in statistics and data analysis at MIT. And the first year I taught the course, I had the students, read a book, and then I'd give them a lecture that largely, told them again what they had already read. And then I would give them homework assignments where they would have to apply what I was teaching them in the lecture to these data sets. I mean, I was falling asleep in the lecture. You can imagine the students were falling asleep. How boring can statistics and time series analysis get? So the second year I taught it, I completely changed it. I told the students, you better read the chapter in the book, because the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give everyone a quiz. It's not going to be graded, but everyone has to take a short quiz to show that they read the material and they understood it, and everyone just traded papers with their neighbor and graded each other's papers, and once we were sure everyone knew the stuff, then what we did was we went to a computer lab at MIT and we went through the problem sets together. And that was so fabulous, because I'd say, everyone come over here and look at Sarah's computer. She's come up with a really interesting way to try to figure out how to correct for outliers in the data. Or let's look at what John's done over here. And they all learned from each other, and my God, they loved that class. And they all applied it then later to other work they were doing at MIT. We have to expand open curriculum and reward faculty who create excellent content. Many universities in America, and I'm sure that's true here in Brazil, are providing open courseware so that students, without actually having to be residents at the university, can go through the material and learn from it. They may not get a degree, but they are getting the education they need. I think we have to emphasize project-based learning. There's nothing like hands-on work to actually make people feel like, not only do I understand this, but I see how to use it, and this is pretty cool. So project-based learning, I think, is going to be very important. Exploring the use of robotics and AI in research. Right now, one of the problems we have in the US is that faculty are accepting many, many graduate students and many, many postdocs simply because they need what one person in industry described to me is bellies at the bench. They need lots of workforce sitting in their labs doing multiple replicates of experiments in order to get statistical reliability. And they underpay those students and postdocs so that they can have lots of them and get lots of replicates. In addition, each of those faculty members probably needed a startup package of $1 million or more to get the equipment that they needed. I think in the future, what we're going to find is that labs are going to be more automated. So there could be one central lab that's maybe one place in Brazil that anyone can go online, they can program it with AI and robotics to do all those experiments they need, and it's all done with artificial intelligence and robotic equipment in the lab, so that now we don't have to underpay and overwork all these researchers in our lab in order to get the results we need. I think we need to integrate the various disciplines, the sciences, humanities, arts, and social sciences, to produce educated citizens of the 21st century. Science has become so important to our health, to our economy, to transportation, to livelihood, to environmental safety, et cetera, that I think anyone who graduates from a university should have an understanding of the scientific method and an understanding that science is not a list of facts. It's constantly changing. But I think at the same time, scientists need to incorporate arts, humanities, and social sciences in their work. Because after all, the reason we are trying to understand these truths of the natural world is so we can serve today's society. So I wanted to talk to you about this book that Juan Enriquez wrote. He's a very famous author, writes a lot of very thoughtful nonfiction. And this was one of his books that I loved. It's called Right Wrong: How Technology Transforms Our Ethics. And in this book, he talks about, for example, there was a major civil war in the United States in the 1860s. And this almost divided the nation, the US nation, into two before it had even really found its way. And what the war was about slavery. All of these African slaves had been brought over to America to work on the plantations and the farms. Now, what triggered the Civil War was the Industrial Revolution. The north part of the US, New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, they had moved from an agrarian economy to one based on industry. They saw no reason for slaves. These were good paying jobs that any American would want to take. Whereas in the south of the US, they were still based on plantations, large cotton plantations, tobacco plantations. They needed lots of hands out there doing menial work. And so what divided the US was slavery, which was accepted by both the North and the South in the 1700s and early 1800s. Technology changed the ethics so that slavery was no longer acceptable, and the North imposed its new ethics on the South by winning that Civil War. Now, there are many other examples of how our ethics have changed, but in this book, what I loved about reading it was that he talked about something called Baumol's disease. I had never heard of Baumol's disease before. Has anyone heard about it? Yeah, I didn't think so. I hadn't. And basically, what he talked about was how the world today, everything is getting faster, better, cheaper. But universities are not. Okay? So he talked about universities suffering from Baumol's disease. We have not found the right formula to educate more people in a shorter time and have them more competent. We're still parading around in those medieval robes, after all. Okay, so at universities, the cost of obtaining a degree is basically scaling with inflation, no matter who pays for it. Government pays for it, students pay for it, parents pay for it. It's still going up with inflation. But the efficiency is not scaling. We aren't taking advantage of all the technological changes that have made communication so much faster. And let me give you an example. Even refrigerators have bucked Baumol's disease. This plot shows refrigerators starting back in 1972 and coming up closer to today. And you see that they are larger than they used to be. A refrigerator is bigger today than it was in the 1970s. but they're more energy efficient than they were. So they cost less to run, corrected for inflation, because they're more efficient. And look how much they've come down in price. Much cheaper. We need to be bucking Baumol's disease in academia as well. AI has the potential to lower the cost of research and increase efficiency if properly configured. I talked about automating labs, how much that was going to increase the efficiency and the speed while lowering the cost of doing research. So let's talk about Carnegie Mellon University. They now have a robotic lab that they have created. This is a first attempt at this, but the lab is equipped with robotic systems and AI to perform experiments. It can analyze data, and it can even adjust the hypothesis based on the data that's coming in. So I think this is a trend that we need to embrace in our research labs, and I think this is going to spread fairly quickly. We also need to rethink schedules to deliver hands-on training. Right now, it is possible to get a business degree or a law degree entirely online because there's not hands-on work you do in a business degree or a law degree. You have to absorb a certain amount of education and understanding. But that's not true for fields like my own, the geosciences, where we need to send students out into the field, or where there's a lot of hands-on training required in some areas of engineering and the sciences. But I think we could rethink our university schedules such that people actually could learn the basics of a field online, but maybe they take a 1-week or a 2-week summer vacation, and that's when they get the hands-on training in a very concentrated time period. So I think we need to rethink some of our academic schedules. And then let me turn next to partnerships. Back when I started in sciences, everyone bought into what was called the linear model, that basic discovery would happen at a research lab at a university, and then that basic research would inspire industry. Of course, new discoveries would have to get through what we call the valley of death in trying to go from a good idea to a practical application. But what we're finding is that's no longer relevant, that there is a lot of basic research that is actually being done in some companies, and that there's a lot of applied research that's being done at universities. But we need to develop better partnerships between industry and academia to improve this back and forth. I understand here on the São Paulo campus, there's actually a Google lab right here on campus. I love that idea. We need to have more of that at universities around the world, where there are true partnerships between tech-heavy industries and science-heavy industries and the university labs where it's coming from. That will help educate the workforce for tomorrow in appropriate ways and accelerate progress. I think we need new approaches to handling conflict of interest. Because, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if with the Google lab that's here, there are some restrictions on sharing the research that comes out of that with Google's competitors. They probably don't want Microsoft to know what they're doing in the AI space. But that's a problem for university researchers if they can't share their results because they can't publish it. So that's why I think that rethinking the academic reward system and rethinking partnerships with industry all have to happen at the same time, because whatever you do in one space is going to influence the other space. And I think the last topic I've got here is on dissemination and communication. Right now, I think we're stuck with almost 1 foot in each camp. You know, years ago, your only option for publishing your work was basically in a subscription journal, a subscription peer-reviewed journal that universities and other groups had to have subscriptions in order to see your work. Then we had the open science movement. And the open science movement created these open access journals where the authors paid to have their work published, but then it was freely available to everyone. And I think everyone has recognized that this is a huge advantage of open access publishing. You know, I just informally sort of looked at my papers that were in subscription journals versus open access journals. And the number of people who have read the papers in open access journals is an order of magnitude more than the people who have read the papers in subscription journals, just because anyone can read it. But right now, I think the reason, but I would also say open access is imperfect. It's led to the rise of predatory journals. And so I worry, right now in the US, there's a conversation going on that the government may require any government-funded research to be published in an open access journal, but they're going to limit how much you can pay to have it published. I think that is going to play right into the hands of the predatory journals, because the only places that will be affordable are these journals that do a lousy job of peer review and have no quality control on what gets out. One thing, though, the reason why we tend to have 1 foot in each camp now with the subscription journals and the open access journals is that there are just a handful of large publishing houses that control the market. And they have so much money, power, and influence, it's really going to be difficult to reform the system in a way that actually benefits the researchers and the people they work for, as opposed to these large publishing houses. I love the rise of preprint servers. Preprint servers have been a wonderful way to get work out very quickly and hopefully to get some early feedback from your community. But they have no quality control. So you have to be very careful about what you read on a preprint server. I think a beautiful sort of partnership is first putting your work up on a preprint server, finding out whether it's even plausible and anyone's interested in it, and then submitting it to a peer-reviewed journal afterwards once you know that this is actually worth publishing. I think a lot of stuff on the preprint servers probably isn't worth publishing. And so there's no point to pay the money to do that. And of course, there's been some widely publicized lapses in integrity that have damaged trust in science when people publish work that is plagiarized or falsified. So here you can see the rise in preprints. This is just as of 5 years ago, and of course it's gone up even more. And as I say, this is generally viewed as a good development. We've got more access now, faster dissemination, lower costs. And for the most part, the community has been pretty good about self-policing. So if someone puts something up on a preprint server and someone else then takes that work, puts their name on it, and publishes it somewhere else, the preprint server has a record of who first put that up and when. And that's been very effective at preventing people from stealing other people's work. But of course, there's also the rise of predatory journals. So the red line here is the overall rise, and the other lines show how many have come from a publisher of a single journal or large publishers. And what you can see is that the publishers who have between 10 and 99 titles seem to be the most complicit in producing predatory journals. So one thing I haven't seen a lot of talk about that I think is worth mentioning is, could we use AI in scientific publishing? The problem is, if you look at the reviewers for international journals, they're mostly white, they're mostly male, and they're mostly from the Northern Hemisphere. Whereas the papers are coming from everywhere, from both genders, all colors of authors, all parts of the globe. And so I hear from journal editors that they have to contact 50 reviewers in order to find 3 of them that are willing to look at the paper. And the reason is we're asking a very small subset of people out there to quality control everything. So I think we could use AI, first of all, to seek a more diverse reviewer pool in nationality, gender, age, et cetera. And it would increase the overall pool of reviewers. I think AI could do some very simple quality and ethics checks. Right now, most reviewers aren't going to spend the time to figure out, was this diagram faked? Did someone, edit pixels to make the data fit the model better or something like that? And so most of that work is done by data sleuths after the paper's already been published. And I think AI could do a lot of this in advance of the paper being published, so we don't publish work that's been falsified in the first place. And ultimately, could we ask AI to be one of the reviewers? I don't think we're there yet, but we could be. I mean, I didn't think we'd be far as we are right now with large language models, and yet we're using them for many things. Elsevier is already piloting this approach. And, I said I worry about these large publishers because they have such control of the market, but they're very wealthy, and they can afford to invest in this. And I think that makes all journals better in the end when these tools are developed by those that have the means to do it. And then finally, the last thing I want to talk about is I think we all have to build trust in science. I don't think trust is a big issue necessarily in the arts or the humanities. They are what they are, and it's not like there's right or wrong in arts and humanities. But in science, there is. And in the early days when I started my career, if a paper was peer-reviewed, you were told to trust it. If it was not peer-reviewed, you had to take it with a grain of salt. But now, we need much better signals of how scientists themselves determine what is trustworthy. So for example, this diagram I put up there is one that we created with a committee that Kathleen Holt-Jameson is on. And we talk about on the far right, or the far left side for you of the slide, is a single instance. This is sort of like a anecdote. Someone did something once and they found that. Okay, it's interesting. Is it trustworthy? No. But then you finally get to an observational study where someone actually went out and purposely collected a large amount of data to get out of that anecdotal, is it a one-off, or is this generalizable? You collect more data to find out. And then next in the trust spectrum is to have a statistically significant differences in studies to show that something is actually believable. And then we get to, is it peer-reviewed? Did they do randomization in the subjects they picked for the study? Has it been double-blinded, placebo-controlled, systematic reviews and meta-analysis? And finally, the highest is what's convergent. That is, you used one kind of approach and one kind of data set to discover a truth. Someone else used a completely different approach, a completely different data set, and discovered the same truth. Now scientists start to believe it. Okay, and then I don't have to tell you all about misinformation. It's rampant. And so we have to be able to communicate to people much better than we are now on how science is practiced versus what the public thinks of science. For example, science is practiced, it's only worth publishing if it's a major advancement, whereas consistent messaging reduces confusion, and people are taught that science is an eternal body of facts, whereas scientists are actually trying to change that. As a scientist, you get no recognition if all you did was confirm what someone else did. But if you show they're wrong, now suddenly you're advancing science. Scientists are taught to remain dispassionate. If I do a study and you do a study, the results should be independent of who did that study. The scientist is not part of it. But yet, the public want to know about scientists. They want to know their why they did something. One of my best examples of scientists and their stories are important. During the early days of the COVID vaccine, a lot of people were distrustful about it. But the young woman at the NIH who developed it was African American, and she held an elderly father, or elderly grandfather, and she told the media that she was developing that vaccine because she wanted to save her grandfather's life. Now, who would not trust someone to do something that's going to be effective and safe if their purpose is to save their grandfather's life? And then finally, all caveats and uncertainties are included. We're really good about saying, oh, here are the error bars, and here why it couldn't be right, and here's what it could be instead. That just confuses the public. They think scientists don't know what they're doing if they're uncertain, but yet uncertainty is part of science. So we need to educate all that science is not a list of facts. And am I running out of time here? Yeah, okay. I think I won't go through this, but basically we have to show that the scientific consensus is what we're after. Not individual studies are always taken with a grain of salt. It's the scientific consensus is what we want. And paradigms change. Paradigms change. And it's sort of like toppling over this tower of 2x4s if the consensus changes. And then we build up a new tower. And that's the way science goes forward. Okay, I think I'm at the end. Oh, I'm just going to skip all this. This is about universities and university rankings. I think our university ranking system is horrible. We shouldn't be ranking universities based on reputation. We should rank them based on to what extent are they changing the outcomes for students. Taking students who came from a family where no one had ever gone to college and educating them to the point where they support their entire family because they've done so well. We need to change how we're measuring that, and I hope that will be part of this. So I'm sorry I've gone on so long, but let me just end with, it's a fundamental tenet of biology. If you're not evolving, you're dying, and we need to evolve in the academic enterprise. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor McNutt, for this very inspiring and fantastic talk. So we now move for the next, what are the next speakers? Paulo Nussenzveig is... Huh? Just 1 minute.
Ele está chamando as pessoas do DORA.
Você assistiu?
Vamos ver.
Eu estava no evento do Paulo, eu vim para a palestra 10h30, mas comecei cedo, às 8 no HU com a Heloísa, lá no CD universitário. O Paulo está aí, trouxe todo mundo.
Se o Paulo passar para ele agora, não precisa me dar nada.
Então tá bom, só cumprimentar
Você vai
vocês.
ficar aí?
Vou
Você
ficar,
vai ficar aí,
mas
tá.
após o almoço volto com o Paulo lá.
Já estão vindo. Está chegando. Eu não sei se os slides estão. Não, a gente acha que. Eu não. Não foram passados ainda.
Então, tipo, eles falaram que tinha que ter o pendrive.
Tem pendrive. A Rebecca Lawrence está vindo, ela estava com pendrive.
Tá.
Eu acho que o professor Marcovitch não vai usar slides. Mas eu vou conferir. Onde eles foram parar, gente? O Marcovitch está ali. Vocês sabem, tem uma pessoa que vai participar online, está numa sala de Meet. Vocês sabem disso, né?
Não.
Quem que está controlando isso?
Vai
Quem é
ser
que
aqui?
vai participar? Tem que estar. Ela disse que já está na sala de Meet. Ela vai falar depois, então a gente tem um pouquinho de tempo para entrar. Então, ela já está na sala. A Cecília já está na sala. Está escrito desde 10h30. Raul, eu consigo com a Cecília, eu te passo pelo zap. Tá? Tá. Tá, é só, ela vai entrar. Tá bom? Tá. Eu vi o Marcovitch. Ué, gente, a Rebecca Lawrence está ali. Rebecca, do you have a flash? You have a flash drive, right? So we have to insert it here. Jacques,
Sim.
Não sei se é o caso, a gente faz que nem mais cedo.
Como?
A gente faz que nem mais cedo, a gente senta só depois nas perguntas. Tá bom.
Eu acho que... sim, é melhor.
A gente senta só nas
É
perguntas.
melhor, porque a gente fica na plateia.
Tá bom.
Não. É tudo nessa linha.
Não tem ninguém passando lá em cima.
Professor, como vai? O senhor
vai.
tudo
Tem como conectar com esse computador aqui, Raul?
Tem. Não, esse vai passar o slide.
Se tiver
Talvez
o link, a gente consegue colocar ali.
Tá, eu vou passar para vocês, eu tenho que descobrir aqui.
Tá.
Tá, eu já passo para você, tá bom? Enquanto a Rebecca Lawrence e o Jacques estão falando, a gente acerta isso. Bom. Bom dia. Nós vamos dar continuidade ao nosso congresso.
A quem não sabe, não me conhece, eu sou Paulo Nussenzveig, atualmente Pró-Reitor de Pesquisa e Inovação da universidade, e agradeço a presença de todo mundo aqui no Congresso, agradeço especialmente aos professores Célia e Raul, né, que assumiram a tarefa de organizar aqui. Nós estamos com um evento hoje que entendemos ser de profundo interesse da comunidade de pós-docs e, por isso, nós resolvemos organizar com uma mesa, né, aqui no Congresso para falar sobre avaliação responsável. Eu não vou falar muito, eu só quero apresentar as duas pessoas que vão falar com vocês. Em 2012, em São Francisco, foi feita uma declaração sobre avaliação responsável, Declaration on Research Assessment, DORA, a qual a USP é signatária desde 2021. Então, nós temos o privilégio hoje de receber a Vice Chair da DORA, a Rebecca Lawrence, eu já vou passar a palavra a ela, e, ao mesmo tempo, nós temos um engajamento da universidade através do projeto Métricas, conduzido pelo professor Jacques Marcovitch, ex-reitor da universidade, que já formou, são 6 turmas e uma comunidade de umas 500 pessoas, né, que já tiveram o privilégio de aprender com o projeto Métricas. Então, nós hoje vamos ouvir sobre uma implementação, né, sobre a declaração, sobre as práticas de avaliação responsável e do professor Marcovitch os esforços do Métricas, especialmente com o objetivo de engajar mais a nossa comunidade e que para que a avaliação responsável seja, de fato, praticada na Universidade de São Paulo. Há inúmeros desafios para isso, daí a importância desse guia prático, né, e da comunidade se juntar em torno disso. E os beneficiários, as beneficiárias disso são principalmente, né, quem está entrando no sistema, iniciando a sua carreira, que deve ter os incentivos adequados para agir numa carreira universitária, de uma maneira que ela saiba que não vai ser avaliada simplesmente com base em métricas que não dizem respeito à sua atividade. So, without further ado, it is a great privilege to have Rebecca Lawrence, Vice Chair of DORA, the organization around the Declaration on Responsible Research Assessment, who will talk to us about the recent guide for the practical implementation. Thank you.
Bom dia. Hello, everyone. Real pleasure to be here, and huge thank you to Paulo for the opportunity to talk with you all today. I'm going to give a bit of a summary around DORA, the Declaration of Research Assessment, for which I'm Vice Chair, as well as talk about some of the tools and frameworks that we've developed to help support responsible research assessment. And then I'll finish by talking about the implementation guide that we've just created. Just for context, my day job is also as founding managing director of F1000, which is an open research publisher, and is part of the Taylor and Francis group. So DORA was founded in 2012 out of the American Society of Cell Biology meeting, and pulled together a declaration which has a set of 18 recommendations for across the research community. So for research funders, for research institutions, publishers, researchers, metrics providers, scholarly societies. The key themes of the declaration are to really try and support a shift away from journal and venue-based metrics as a proxy for quality and impact of research, to consider the value and impact of a far broader range of research outputs and research activities and processes, and to be really explicit about what criteria are being used for hiring, for promotion, for tenure, for funding, etc. It's currently signed now, since 2012, by over 26,000 institutions and individuals. Pleased to say there's over 400 institutional signatories in Brazil, which includes USP and Unicamp. It's started out hosted by American Society of Cell Biology, but actually DORA is a very international organization. We have a steering board of 26 members that represent every corner of the world, including significant representation in Latin America, with global chairs and co-chairs between Australia, Canada, and the UK. And supported by our program manager here, Giovanna Lima, who's from Brazil. So we started as a declaration, but actually we've really shifted over the years to become much more of an international initiative, to go beyond just the recognition of the issues around research assessment, and to start to try and really help and support and accelerate a shift in the way we assess research. Our mission now is to advance practical and robust approaches to research assessment globally and across all disciplines. The first step is still raising awareness. There are many communities, parts of the world, disciplines, organizations where there's still a real lack of awareness that there even is an issue. So step one is still building awareness. But then we're really focusing on facilitating implementation. How can we support organizations to start to shift policies, shift practices, and really catalyze change, which requires all of us to support and learn from each other to really try and make those changes. And fundamentally, how can we, as part of that, improve equity within research? Now, there's a number of things that we've created and tools over the years to support research community in starting to make that shift. One of the things that we started by doing is creating a resource library, a whole set of exemplars of where different parts of the community have already started to experiment and pilot new ways of doing things, and pull together sets of case studies. And we've pulled this together into a searchable database called Reformscape. Because we hear a lot of feedback in terms of people saying, okay, I understand we need to change, but I don't know where to start, and I need to see some examples of what others have done. So the idea of this database is you can search for an organization like me, in a context like me, maybe my discipline, you get a sense of some other community that's in a similar situation and identify what have they done and how did that work, and how did that progress. So in fact, those that may be most useful to you in taking those first steps may be somewhere completely different. And the idea is that we, as a broad community, help and share between each other. And this is a growing database. The more that we see experiments, the more that we can learn what works and also what doesn't work, and what are some of the unintended consequences of some of the changes we may have made. We've also developed a whole set of resources around specific topics. So, for example, the space rubric enables you to look at a number of different dimensions and figure out, well, where are you as an organization? Where do you sit within there at the moment? And what's the next step in either direction that you could then think, okay, that's the next thing that we could do. We have ones around unintended biases, around thinking about impact of research. There's a whole series of sort of one-pagers, essentially, to help think about where to start. We've also created a number of guidance documents. Two key ones are pulled out here. So the first one we created actually quite recently, probably about a year ago. And this is because DORA, where we are known, is often known for thinking about journal-based metrics. But actually, a lot of people say, well, how about the H-index? Is that okay? Or how about alt metrics? Maybe we could use that instead. So this guide basically goes through all the different types of metrics that are commonly used and talks about how those metrics are created, what are the challenges, what are the things you need to think about if you're using those metrics. So we're not saying don't use quantitative metrics, we're saying, think carefully about what you're trying to incentivize, what you're trying to measure, think which are the right metrics for that situation, and ideally bring together a collective of metrics, a basket of metrics, so you minimize the individual biases that every single metric is going to have, and then bring together qualitative metrics as well as part of that. We've also created some really useful documents around the use of narrative CVs, which are increasingly being adopted at many parts of the world, to really move away from long bibliographies and think more about selective outputs and the potential impact that those have started to demonstrate. And then I keep saying about learning from each other. So one of our most popular things and activities is around communities of practice. So we have very active research funder communities that meet on a regular basis and share ideas, share experiences to learn from each other, run workshops as part of that. But we also do this around national and international initiatives group. And increasingly, we're encouraging regional communities of practice so you can learn within your own context. And then the most recent thing that we've created is the practical guide. So this is the practical guide here. It's around implementing responsible research assessment for research performing organizations, and you can download it through that link. And this we created again because a lot of people said, what's the first step? How do I start? This is such an overwhelming thing to try and achieve. Where can I start as a first step, and what are some practical tips? So we co-created this at the beginning of the year in a workshop in Washington, pulling together many groups from not just research-performing organizations, but also from funders, because of course it's also interlinked. And particularly those that had started to make some progress. So we could co-create what are the things you might do, how might you approach it, and what have others learnt from trying to approach it that they can share that you might want to think about if you're going to go down that route. But also, how do we make the guide accessible? Because what we didn't want to do is create yet another big, long document that is, very hard to get into. So we've spent quite a bit of time thinking, how do we make it easy to dip in and dip out of? So there are 4 key sections to the guide. There's an introduction, there are key activities, key moments for research assessment within research-performing organizations, and then how it links to global initiatives. So the introduction provides a sort of high-level view around research impact. Why is responsible research assessment so important? What are the issues? How do we need to think about quality over quantity? Links to a number of those resources that I showed you earlier. And hopefully the idea is that it can also help support some conversations that you might want to have within your organization, with colleagues, with senior leadership, etc. Chapter 2 then focuses on 9 key activities that are good places to start. And for each of those, we add a set of practical tips of how you might approach it, as well as a set of reflective questions. So these are things that we really got from that co-creation process. So for example, if you decided you were going to set up a committee, then we would be talking about what sort of people might you want to make sure you've got on the committee to be most effective. In what way do you need to make sure you've got buy-in from senior leadership so that the committee outputs will actually make some progress when you try to implement them? It also links to that database I talked about earlier. So relevant examples, case studies, so you can see what others have done and how they've done it. And then links to resources to help support you. Chapter 3 then turns it around and looks at key moments within research assessment, within research performing organisations, when you might want to target an intervention, essentially. And then, again, goes through what's the key moment and what's the suggested intervention. And, again, what might you want to think about when you do that? And then the final chapter really tries to pull together global initiatives and tries to ensure that when we're thinking about responsible research assessment, we're also linking it with open research and open scholarship. We're linking it with research integrity and not seeing these key major initiatives as separate, because in reality, they're all interlinked. If we want to achieve open research and open scholarship, if we want to address research integrity issues, then we need to ensure that we're shifting the way that we're incentivizing researchers and assessing researchers and institutions. So there's a whole host, as you can see, this is a tiny snapshot of major initiatives that are trying to pull they're focusing on each of these different pieces. In particular, it's also worth noting there are other major initiatives around responsible research assessment, particularly want to flag up Claxo-FOLEC, which is focused on Latin America specifically, and again is trying to support the communities in this region towards responsible research assessment. So what are we doing next? We are converting this guide into a whole series of one-pagers, again, to try and make it easy for you to dip in, dip out of, where's the best place for you to start. We're translating it into a number of languages, so we're in the process of looking at translating into Portuguese. And we're trying to build momentum in key regions. So we've actually had some really important high-level conversations in India, for example. We're about to do the same in Japan, obviously having the conversations here in Brazil. But to see how much we can really build that momentum, because as we know, scholarship is international, and it's really important that we build the momentum globally. We're just in the process of creating an implementation guide for funders. And we're doing this together with the Global Research Council, so that's the heads of research councils from around the world, and they have an active working group on responsible research assessment, as well as with Science Europe and with COARA, which is based out of Europe and which is very much focused on a series of action plans. So there's about 800 institutions, particularly across Europe, that have signed up to now do these action plans, implement the action plans. And then we're going to do an implementation guide for publishers and another one for scholarly societies. So with that, I will leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Professor Marcovitch, and after that, we still have, hopefully, we will be able to connect Cecilia Magalhães online, and we will have time for questions later. So, Professor Marcovitch, please.
My dear Paulo Nussenzveig, I want to thank you for this opportunity to meet with all of you, and thank Rebecca also for bringing her experience, her views, and this outstanding contribution for the improvement of research evaluation. I was asked to share with you Brazilian views on the guide. I'm not sure if any one of us can have a Brazilian view. I think we will have personal views. We can have a view from the Metrics project that was mentioned. And obviously, we have to decide what to prioritize in a 15 minutes allocution. So my first comment has to do with the density of the report. And if I have a suggestion to share, is maybe this report should be kept the way it is. Have we should mention which parts are more interesting for which actors. Because part of this report have as a destinataire the institution, the rectorship. Another part, the project leaders, the research leaders. And the other part has to do with the researcher or with the young researchers. So what I did was to identify 2 pages that have to be read by early researchers, the postdoc. And those 2 pages have to do with CV and has to do with what a young researcher should prioritize. But also I will share with you what we discussed this morning, which are 3 priorities to implement responsible evaluation. The first one has to do with models of organizational change. We need to see an organization, a human organization, like a place where the success many times make the paralysis of change. So we have in our human organization a trade-off between legacy and innovation. And many successful organizations have more difficulty to change than the ones that are failing. So this is the first issue on how to unfreeze an organization, how to change, and how to freeze again. And when we were beginning the preparation of this session, I was told to say, well, the postdoc are a mean to unfreeze, because you are coming with new mindsets, and so you are the one that have to help us to unfreeze our universities, coming with new ideas. Then we have to change. And in this change, there is a conflict between the knowledge-driven community and what we can call the administrative-driven community. The knowledge-driven community is the one that mostly are here, and just heard Rebecca, and would like to see this being implemented. Now, we have an administrative community that makes sure that we will not take risks of what we call in Brazil judicialização. This means the possibility of having a selection committee that make a decision based on quality-quantity indicators, and then have one of the candidates saying, well, this is not the tradition of the university. The tradition of the university is to have only objective measures, and so whatever quality dimension should not be taken into account. So this is one of the issue of the change. But then we have to freeze. This means making sure that the innovators, like we have here ICB with Patricia Gama, which is an innovator, and ICB is one of the examples of innovation, whatever is done at one of the institutions will be, in an evolutive way, being made at the institution level as a whole. Now, another issue that was shared this morning and that we will bring to you before mentioning the 2 pages for the postdoc is how to move from result-driven research to result and impact-driven research. And if you go to the post that you have here in front of you, the one that were put here, and you look at the conclusions of each one of the posts that are here, you will see the conclusion has to do with only one dimension, which is the advance of knowledge. Giovanna Lima, who is also from DORA and Metrics, has a 3-pager that is called EDAI. And so you have the conclusion there. I have the copy of the conclusion, maybe in the debate. I mean, mango improved, there is all scientific conclusions, but then you ask yourself how this will reach society to improve well-being and nature conservation. And this is something that we will have to learn to do in our research projects. FAPESP is already to begin changing, but the dialogue between orientador and orientado, or even the plans of research of postdoc, tend to emphasize results, not impacts. And what's the difference between result and impact? The result is an evaluation of the peers. All those posters that are around have to do with peers. I want to make sure that my peer know that I'm doing a good research and I got good conclusions, and other researchers will take from now, and move on. Impact is evaluated by the non-peers. Impact has to do with societal expectations. And this means that when we design a research project applied, today, this morning, Paulo always reminds us that there is what appears to be useless research, but is very important and somebody has to do it. But we are talking about applied research, which is the majority of the research that is being done in our public universities. How are we going to design a project that will advance knowledge, but at the same time will create positive effects from the side of the well-being of humanity and at the same time nature conservation? To do this, we will have to include in the research design for a doctoral thesis, a master thesis, or a postdoc project, we will have to hear the destinataire, the beneficiary, in the design process, not after the conclusion of the project. Because if it's after the conclusion of the project, what we will try is to justify our research result with metrics just to explain to FAPESP or other agencies that it was useful for society. But if we include the metrics of the evaluation by the non-peers in the design, then that 3-pager that Giovanna Lima authors, EDAI, you will see 5 questions that you have to ask yourself. For whom are you doing the research? Who is being consulted? How are you going to keep the data in open science to have access? And which are the metrics that you are going to use to make sure that the effects in society are getting and more visible? And then, before now beginning the conclusion, why it's important? It's important because we have to defend the autonomy of our public university. And to defend the autonomy of our public university, we need society as an ally. But the society, to be an ally, we have to explain to society why we are relevant. And the only way to explain to society, which can be the legislativo or NGOs or business or other organization, other academia, we have to be able to explain to them what we are doing and why this is relevant. Last week, we had at this university a discussion on 2 questions: what society expect from public universities, and how to deliver to society, how to explain to society what we are doing. So we had the 6 rectors of the public universities in Sao Paulo, and then we have the Secretary of Science and Technology. And one thing that was a consensus is that we need a 4th mission for the public university. Besides teaching, research, and extension, we need a 4th mission, which is the design and implementation and monitoring of public policies. Last January, the metric team that include Justin and Pedro and many of the research associates of the Metrics project. I see Rita, Fatima, and many others. Some of them learned from Professor Segurado when he created the EGIDA. This metrics group discussed what society expects. And the fourth mission is the design of public policy and what is a policy brief? As I mentioned this morning, is a document that can be read in 20 minutes, not more than that. So we have in the site of the Métricas a methodology to write policy briefs. And what we expect in those posters that we have in front of us is after the conclusion to have the policy brief resume. This means what this research can have as an impact for human well-being and nature conservation. Because then society will read that poster and will say, that research is relevant because I can see the relevancy of it. The fact that the knowledge is presented is not enough. Let me conclude mentioning the 2 pages that they stand out from this guide. The first page is the page 37, and the postdoc, I would recommend those 2 pages. Usually the young generation would like to have summaries, things short to be read. So I would say that the guide is extremely important in all its content, but those 2 pages, which is the page 37, has to do with CVs. And the CVs goes in the line of the Súmula Curricular da FAPESP. It's not a lattice, which is kilometric sometimes, but it's a sumario, a súmula curricular. And on page 37, you will see 4 dimensions that are expected in a curriculum: contribution to knowledge, collaboration, teamwork, and developing others, wider research impact, and broader societal impact. The results are there. Articles, publications, seminars, attending a scientific conference, all of it there. But those 4 dimensions, it is expected to have a highlight in a 4-pager, not more than that. The second page that I would strongly recommend for the postdoc to look at, each page 49. It's written Spotlight on Early Career Researchers. And what you have here, responsible use of metrics, and when we talk about responsible at DORA, is quali-quanti, research culture, research integrity and ethics, sharing your research with impact, efeito na sociedade, and narrative CVs that we already mentioned in page 37. So in my opinion, what we are here doing is trying to create a movement for responsible research. And the postdocs are key in this movement. Without you, hardly our university will change, because you are the one that are bringing the new breath to our institution. And we do hope that with your help, we can see our university, years from now, being more responsible in terms of research. And what this means, it's a combination of human dimension and technical dimension, and the harmony between those 2. We have to keep our values always in mind. Our Código de Ética da USP and the Código de Ética of other universities should be our north. Which are the values? In a global world where polarization is prevailing, how are we going to build bridges and to make sure that we build consensus for better world? With these words, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you.
So thank you. We still have one presentation. She appeared briefly on our screen. Dr. Cecília Magalhães, who is an alumna of our university, currently doing a postdoc in the United States as a Schmidt Science Fellow. This is a very interesting initiative, and the selection process for this goes completely against what we usually have in terms of metrics of evaluating research. So without further ado, I wanted to have somebody who is one of your peers speak to you from this perspective and tell us a little bit about her experience. Cecília, thank you so much for joining us today.
Paulo. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank the invitation. I'm super honored and happy to join this crucial panel to contribute to the discussion on responsible research assessment, which I think is an urgent and very important matter. I completed my PhD at the University of São Paulo at the Institute of Biomedical Science, the ICB, at the Department of Cell and Developmental Biology. And I'm currently a Schmidt Science Fellow. I'm conducting my postdoc research at Harvard Medical School at the Brigham Women's Hospital. So this fellowship, it goes far beyond of only a financial support. It also offers a unique leadership training. So we learn and practice how to communicate our science, how to understand our research impact in society, and how to communicate this research impact, how to collaborate with interdisciplinary fields, and how to do this interdisciplinary research, so across all the different fields and be risky in that matter. The Schmidt also builds a global community of researchers that are committed to tackle the big challenges that we have now in health, technology, environment, all the different fields that you can ever imagine. What is most striking, and as previously said, what is highly relevant to this panel today is that the selection process did not focus on traditional metrics such as publication numbers, impact factors, the famous age indexes. So it was not based on my achievements before, but it was based on what I can be as a postdoc or as a PI in the future scientific career. So instead, it looked at who I was as a scientist, my curiosity, integrity, openness, willing to collaborate, willing to get out of my comfort zone. So basically, my potential to grow. So as a Schmidt Fellow, I am now very encouraged to cross different disciplinaries, to take those bold risks. So one of the criteria, for example, to select fellows is that we have to propose a research project that is different from our PhD field. So it already selects researchers that are willing to get out of their comfort zone, learn something new, and propose something very alternative. And this approach, it really stands in contrast with all conventional systems that we know. Usually those conventional systems, they disencourage this risk-taking, they undervalue interdisciplinary, they prefer for you to stay in the same field as you already was, because it would be easier. But it proposes this something new, to risk yourself in learning something completely different from what you did in the PhD. And my experience shows that both this way to select fellows and also being evaluated for what I am as a scientist, my values. So the way that it brought assessment criteria, I think it's essential. So to include how original a research project is, to include the willing to collaborate, the social impact, of course, the integrity as a scientist, mentorship history, public engagement, also how you communicate your own science, any activities outside of the lab, if the person has a diverse curriculum. So all those broadening assessment criteria that are really different from what we usually know. So those are metrics that are really, really hard to measure. It's not really easy. Sometimes it requires a longer selection process. But I think it's essential to build a more responsible and innovative and interdisciplinary research culture. I understand that changing a culture is super difficult, but I believe that starting with the basic metrics is essential. So as a young scientist now, being evaluated for my ideas, my values, my potential, rather than my numbers attached to my curriculum, my lattice, they didn't even ask for this type of curriculum. So it gave me confidence to take those intellectual risks. But it was also quite liberating. So I could push myself for more risky, more innovative approach. It challenged me to think bigger and to want higher impact and to grow in that way. So I understand that it's very difficult to change a culture that we know now, but I think it's crucial to engage senior scientists, really well-established researchers to make this community that will lead this transformation. So also to bring to the discussion other postdocs, so other people from all layers in all the levels in the academia, to have this respectful discussion, to understand the gaps, to understand what we can change. Because I think thinking about this more broad criteria to select people or to fund science, it really encourages high risks, but also creative ideas and a more responsible research, because you understand the ethic, the integrity of a person through those criteria. So to conclude, I just would like to leave with this thought that if we want the science to be transformative, creative, our assessment system must also be transformative. We need to look beyond these metrics that we are so used to use. We have to recognize other qualities that make a scientist innovative, collaborative, and responsible. Definitely, it's the most important thing. And so being assessed as a Schmidt Science Fellow, when I was assessed for who I could become and not just what I had already produced, was really, truly life-changing in my career. I think that's the best way to select people. And if we could do this to all the scientists in Brazil, can we imagine the impact for more researchers at all stages in their careers? We could give the same opportunity to all those levels in academia. I think it would be super impactful. So this responsible research assessment is not only about fairness, equity, but it's also to unlock the full potential of all researchers, of any scientist. So yeah, being evaluated for my potential, not just for my numbers on my CV, was truly life-changing. And I truly believe that this way could impact all the researchers in the community and build more innovative science.
Possibility of questions, so maybe Rebecca and Jacques could join me for just pressing questions. I wanted to say something about the Schmidt Science program. In one of the panels, one person decided to look at the traditional metrics and compare with the final result. And interestingly, there was an inverse correlation in that panel. the persons we selected were the ones who had the weakest numbers. So it shows what, the difference it makes when what you're looking for is different. Questions, comments? Come on, one of the postdocs in the audience, yes.
Bom dia, obrigada pelas falas. Eu gostaria de entender um pouco mais como é que a USP tem, então, reorganizado ou pensado em transformar os próprios programas de pós-doc ou as pesquisas que vêm sendo desenvolvidas, como ela tem criado um novo design para contemplar os pontos que vocês trazem aqui, que são tão importantes e que vêm sendo vistos no cenário internacional acadêmico. Muito obrigada. Sim, desculpa. Eu sou a Tatiana Massaro, eu faço parte do Programa de Formação e Gestão Acadêmica aqui da USP.
Should I translate? Because actually it's about USP, about what USP is doing. And so I think the question is more directed at me. I should I should say, well, I'm not on the panel, I'm not the one to respond. But the answer to that is it's a process, and it's a long process. Shifting a culture is not something that happens, overnight. One of the things that we're trying, and people from our board of evaluation, the highest board of evaluation in the university, are here, is to make sure that there's more awareness of responsible research assessment. I would say that we have opportunities in the university for engaging in research which does not follow strictly the numerology of these criteria. We do not have a specific program for postdocs in that sense. So we're not the Schmidt Science Foundation. We don't have a Schmidt Science opportunity yet, but we're engaging with the Schmidt Science Foundation, and Cecilia was part of one of the opportunities that we had to select somebody from the University of São Paulo for the program. This year, again, we were participating in the program and able to select somebody from the university. So it's slow. We're a huge university. Professor Marcovitch said this morning that universities that are very successful are more difficult to change because you build on that success and it makes you more conservative and risk averse. We're doing this. We're engaging, we're calling you to discuss. You mentioned one of the programs that you're involved with, which is the Formação de Gestão Acadêmica de Projetos. It's a new initiative to open different opportunities for young PhDs from our university and from others. Thank you for the question.
Oi, bom dia, meu nome é Guilherme, eu sou da Unifesp e meu pós-doutorado é no ICMC de São Paulo. Eu venho de filosofia e caí para estatística, então, e meu doutorado é transdisciplina. Eu não sei se eu pergunto em português ou em inglês. So, my thing is, I love metrics, hard metrics, and I love transdisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity. And my thing is, where is the point in the middle? Because I believe we must have metrics, we must have field-weighted citation index, we must have age 5, and we must have the qualitative point of view. So I'm keep thinking, where is the middle? Because we must have the assessment, the state must have an assessment, and we must have the point of creativity. So the thing is, the middle. Where is it?
$6 million question. Professor Marcovitch, would you like to start?
I can give you an example, because you dedicate your time to transdisciplinarity, and let me bring you an example, which is something that was done in these universities at the Institute for Advanced Studies, and that is highly connected with COP30, which is the issue of forests. So we had the Florent project, and how could we measure the Florent project now? I think there are 3 dimensions, and the project was successful in 2, but not in the 3rd. The first dimension is the quality of the researchers. And I have here to remember Aziz Abisaber and his whole team. A great researcher, essentially coming from geography, but extremely open to other fields of knowledge. And the whole team was an extremely proficient and extremely qualified team. The second, robust policy research. Robust research. This means there was field research and everything was done according to what is rigorous. Where did we fail? Is the 3rd dimension. Is the public policy that would be resulting from a 300-page document in a 4-pager to make sure that whatever knowledge was developed would be connected with implementation. And now, almost, I would say, 30 years after, in COP30, there is the Forest Fund Forever. Maybe 30 years from now, when we will have the resources at the fund, the knowledge that was developed 30 years ago might be considered as valuable because Aziz coordinated a project for the region south, but also for the Amazon. And we have to see in the university the long time, not only the short one. So in a nutshell, I think there are 3 dimensions when you want to measure transdisciplinarity. The quality of the researchers, the robustness of the methodology and the research, but then the 3rd one has to do with public policy design, implementation, and monitoring. Does this answer your question? Okay.
Maybe Rebecca would also like to chip in.
I can, whichever. So I can maybe build on that. I mean, so you're right, the impact side is the area that's probably the hardest because impact takes a very long time. And actually, in most assessment processes, we need some measure now, right? So that we can decide what to do next. Do we promote, do we fund, do we whatever? So that's where you end up with proxies proxy measures to try and guess what the impact may be. And of course, impact is different to different communities. It can go up, it can also go down over time. So it's not a fixed element. I think the point is to make sure, you know, we're not sort of saying don't use metrics and data, because of course that's a key element of part of it. But it's about making sure we're using the right mix. It's a mix, not an individual metric. But it's the right mix depending on what you're trying to achieve and where you're, you know, supporting much more and multidisciplinary research. There's often a lot of other types of communities and contributors to that research that are potentially non-standard. You know, we now have more software engineers, or we have more designers and all sorts of other types of individuals. So we need to be thinking about how do we reward individual contributions to that research rather than thinking of it as a single holistic piece. So I don't know if it answers the question as such, but it's hopefully some useful comments.
Thank you. Okay, it's going to have to be the last question.
Thank you. So my question is a bit of a provocation as well. We tend to assume that narrative CVs... Oh, sorry. I'm Justin Axelberg. I work for Progetto Métricas. I'm the researcher there. We tend to assume that narrative CVs are designed to be more inclusive and they're going to be much more easy to kind of deal with discrimination or deal with disadvantages. However, this year there's been a report published by the University of Cambridge looking at their postdoctoral narrative CVs that actually found that quite often this goes the other way around, that in fact there's quite a lot of privilege, and the more privileged or the more central a researcher is, the more they tend to perform better in narrative CVs compared to traditional ones. And part of this has to do with being inculcated into a culture. So extending this to Brazil could be problematic because we've made great strides in the last years to make the research environment more inclusive. There's a risk going to something more qualitative that requires a lot more kind of construction that we end up going backwards. So how would the panel deal with that?
I think, I mean, you're right. We have to, with all of these tools, we have to be careful. There's no magic bullet. If there was, we'd have done it. So I think that's right. There are things we need to be careful of. I know there's some suggestions around, you know, different gender differences in use of narrative CVs as well. I think they have to be part of a mix, but we also have to be really transparent about what we are using and how we're using it, so that if we move fully to qualitative measures, then there is a risk that people think, you know, that decisions are being made just based on who you know and all of those elements. So we need transparency, but we need also a mix of different approaches, because any single one approach will always cause a bias in one direction or another.
Thank you. I don't know if Cecilia wants to say anything, but we have to end.
Just shortly, I agree that age index, impact of the publications, they are important measurements, but they cannot be the shortcuts. Just adding from the last question, and then regarding the narrative curriculum, I think having understanding what you want and being transparent and putting very specific guidelines, any institution or grant, whatever you are selecting for. I think this is important. And then people can prepare more in an equity way. So if everyone understands what is being needed there. And then, for example, in Schmidt, they are super clear what they want: creativity, interdisciplinary, being open to collaboration, etc. And then when you meet this community, when you finally meet the fellows that are in your cohort, for example, I had a huge fear because I read all people's CV and, oh my God, what am I doing here? I come from University of São Paulo and there are people here from MIT and those type of things. But when you finally meet the community, you understand that everyone there is so easy to talk to. So their communication is quite good. They're open to collaborate with you. They have creative ideas and very in a fearless action of going out of their comfort zone. So you can talk with a mathematician about genetics. So they really select, and they are really clear of the selection purposes of being interdisciplinary, being humble, being good communicator. So I think this is a good way to start, to really establish in a clear way the selection process.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank all three from the panel. And this is just the beginning of a discussion which needs a lot of engagement from our community. Thank you.
Som. Martin. Pessoal, temos uma última apresentação antes do almoço. O professor Martin pode falar um pouco mais, por favor.
Então, não fujam. Eu sei que todo mundo está com fome, cansado, talvez, mas a gente tem uma convidada muito especial para a próxima meia hora, e a gente promete que vai ser meia horinha mesmo, de uma fala da Esther Hamburger sobre processos criativos. Eu entendo que isso seria um modo de finalizar essa sessão matutina, não respondendo às perguntas que foram feitas nesse momento, mas trazendo outras perspectivas que as artes e as humanas, eu diria também as ciências sociais, fazem e vale a pena uma diferença, né? Esther, vamos sentar aqui? PowerPoint. Alô, alô. Mas eu vou rapidamente fazer uma introdução para a nossa conversa aqui. Não vou embora, gente. Fiquem. Bom, queria agradecer muito a Célia Garcia e Raul Gonzalez, que lideram essa empreitada, e parabenizar não só pelo primeiro, que a gente teve a possibilidade de ter esse lançamento da publicação, mas o segundo agora, né, que é nesse que estamos. E eu não tenho dúvida, como o professor Marcovitch disse, que os pós-docs trazem novos ventos, um frescor para a universidade, e somos testemunhas desse papel dos pós-docs no IEA-USP, no Instituto de Estudos Avançados, do qual tanto Esther como eu fazemos parte. Ela já foi professora em sabático no IEA, e eu coordeno uma cátedra no IEA, mas ambos também somos da ECA, da Escola de Comunicações e Artes. Então, essa nova dimensão, eu diria, ela já existia, mas ela foi realmente potencializada nos últimos anos, e os pós-docs estão integrados, no caso lá no IEA e na USP, a diferentes instâncias da pesquisa interdisciplinar, seja desenvolvida pela USP, seja desenvolvida pelo IEA, como o professor Marcovitch também disse, que é o instituto específico da interdisciplinaridade, né? Buscando a transversalidade, investindo na transversalidade e na transdisciplinariedade, né? Eu não vou me alongar, porque a gente está em cima da hora, mas eu acho super importante, vendo a publicação, Raul e Célia, que as mulheres são maioria, pelo menos foram no primeiro encontro, no primeiro congresso, quase 52, né? E que as ciências humanas e as artes, elas perfazem, em relação aos participantes, 1/4 deles. Então, é significativo esse número, né? E vou dizer, então, para passar a palavra para ela, não vou nem apresentar, porque ela vai se apresentar na sua fala. Lembrando que Esther tem uma participação em vários âmbitos da universidade. Eu falei do IEA, mas hoje ela ocupa a vice-diretoria do Museu de Arte Contemporânea da USP, já foi diretora do Sintusp, tem uma relação muito profícua e importante na FAPESP, participando das escolas interdisciplinares da FAPESP, integrando essas escolas, né? Enfim, mas eu vou dizer o seguinte: o que nos une é a pesquisa. Então, é aí que eu entendo que é o que deve ser focado, trabalhado e investido, né? E o papel não só da criatividade, mas nas artes, eu não sei se a Esther vai falar sobre isso, mas da importância da invenção. Falamos muito na universidade da inovação, mas a transformação vem, em boa parte, de processos que a invenção traz, né? E para a arte isso é fundamental. Mas talvez com a contribuição da Esther a gente vai ter um glimpse dessa importância das artes. E eu passo então a palavra para você, Esther.
Obrigada, Martin. É um prazer estar aqui hoje, nesse evento interdisciplinar dos pós-graduandos da USP. Eu falo a partir de uma formação interdisciplinar, baseada na graduação e no mestrado na USP, na FEFELESH, no doutorado na Universidade de Chicago, na antropologia, no pós-doutorado na Universidade do Texas, em Austin, e em alguns estágios como professora visitante, convidada a colaborar em institutos de estudos latino-americanos em diversas universidades. E talvez, principalmente, como alguém que participou de algumas iniciativas de pesquisa em equipes multidisciplinares e, mais recentemente, na organização de 2 escolas interdisciplinares FAPESP. Eu reconheço aqui até alguns pós-doutorandos que tiveram conosco nessas experiências que foram super interessantes. Agora eu não estou mais na comissão científica, mas as inscrições estão abertas para a escola desse ano e eu recomendo fortemente aos pós-doutorandos que se inscrevam, se candidatem e participem das escolas FAPESP. Mas opa, estou adiantando tudo. Agora vocês já viram tudo que eu vou falar. Eu preciso de ajuda aqui. Perdi-me na... Não sei, ele não me obedece. Bom, eu falo aqui a partir da minha posição de pesquisadora na intersecção da antropologia e das ciências sociais com as artes visuais. Eu falo sobre processos criativos, problematizando o meu próprio processo e as pesquisas artísticas criativas que eu estudo. Foi muito bom ouvir essa manhã toda a discussão em torno das formas de avaliação, porque, na verdade, elas têm a ver com isso. Quer dizer, como é que se reconhece a pesquisa nas diversas áreas do conhecimento, tendo como base que a pesquisa é criativa em qualquer área do conhecimento. A base criativa ela está na base de qualquer pesquisa, né? Ela está na base da dúvida, da curiosidade e do desejo de invenção, né? Então, eu estou lidando com questões que foram abordadas pela manhã, mas aqui levantando uma outra dimensão, que é uma dimensão da sensibilidade, né? Da sensação. Nós vivemos tempos paradoxais em que invenções científicas prometem revolucionar os modos de vida de formas empolgantes, mas que ainda não conhecemos bem e ainda não controlamos. Ao mesmo tempo, a crise climática, diagnosticada há décadas, avança sem que as tentativas de diminuir a incidência de práticas predatórias atinjam plenamente os seus objetivos. Estranhamente, as advertências baseadas em evidências científicas e não em discursos ideológicos e respaldadas no próprio senso comum são incapazes de sensibilizar lideranças políticas e seus seguidores. Em certo sentido, a política se descolou da sociedade. Lidamos com barreiras cognitivas que prejudicam o entendimento e facilitam confrontos polarizados, táticas de guerra e atentados. Nessa conjuntura, as universidades como think tanks privilegiados, instituições voltadas à pesquisa, baseadas na dúvida, na invenção, na criatividade, ocupam posição estratégica. Como dar conta dos inúmeros exemplos contemporâneos de fatos e eventos que escapam ao sentido da razão instrumental? A atenção aos sentidos, às formas sensoriais, ganha proeminência. E eu trago aqui o caso da Cláudia Andujar, que é uma fotógrafa, artista, pensadora, que é paradigmático para inspirar essa discussão. A Cláudia Andujar, nos anos 70, já nos anos 70 e até hoje, né, ela fez e faz de seu trabalho artístico uma forma de lidar com relações de alteridade extrema em termos que inspiram a pensar a pesquisa criativa nas artes e a mobilização do âmbito sensorial na produção do conhecimento em geral. Nascida na Suíça em 1931, criada na Hungria até 1944, quando aos 13 anos perde o pai para o nazismo, foge com a mãe de volta à Suíça. Depois da guerra, segue para os Estados Unidos e, em 1955, se reúne à mãe no Brasil, onde se estabelece e se torna fotógrafa. A fotografia como forma de aproximação de alteridade de uma mulher, por parte de uma mulher poliglota e meio nômade, que não falava português nem Yanomami. A fotografia como documento jornalístico, mas a fotografia para além do documento. A fotografia como tentativa de aproximação de uma cosmovisão diferente, a fotografia que busca captar o invisível para além das palavras. O filme infravermelho, que ela usou para fazer essa foto que a gente está vendo aqui, detecta a presença da radiação térmica, energia emitida pelos corpos que é invisível aos olhos humanos. Esse filme, que tem diversas aplicações técnicas, entre as quais a detecção de minerais subterrâneos, usada à época pelo exército que mapeava a riqueza da região amazônica e que construía estradas para permitir a extração desses minerais. O filme infravermelho detecta o calor da mata e o relativo frio branco e cinza da maloca indígena, entendida por Cláudia Andujar de maneira familiar como casa. Casa dela, Casa Yanomami. A casa está situada no meio da mata, exceto por um fio estreito esbranquiçado que a conecta provavelmente a outros espaços comunitários construídos fora do quadro da imagem. Vocês veem ali em cima. A mata, cor fúcsia, nos causa estranhamento, nos chama a atenção para a incompletude de nosso conhecimento amazônico. A fotógrafa se aproxima dos Yanomami, mas há dimensões que lhe permanecem opacas, experiências que não lhe são facultadas. Sua fotografia busca essas dimensões invisíveis. Além do filme térmico, ela usa outras técnicas, como a vaselina na lente fotográfica ou a sobreposição de imagens. Vamos ver agora. Aqui é uma outra imagem, a floresta amazônica, da série Sonhos Yanomami. Então, vocês veem que aqui a floresta está na cor natural dela e sobreposta com um corpo indígena, né? É uma imagem que procura se aproximar do registro onírico que faz parte da experiência cotidiana indígena. Essa minha fala, como eu disse antes, se inspira também na minha participação no comitê científico que fez a curadoria da 2ª e da 3ª escola FAPESP. Essas escolas procuram propiciar encontros de jovens pesquisadores, bolsistas de pós-doutoramento e das agências de financiamento, federais e estaduais, para propiciar uma convivência imersiva que reúne as diversas formas de ciência e procura atuar nos gaps que a gente verifica que fazem parte da situação e que apareceu bastante hoje de manhã. Quer dizer, a percepção nas ciências exatas, naturais, medicina e engenharia é muito diferente da percepção nas humanidades e nas ciências sociais e nas artes, que se abriram a outras cosmologias e a outras formas de estar no mundo, né? Da partilha de cultura e conhecimento emergem novos horizontes em ondas culturais e artísticas, efervescências que, no entanto, dificilmente atingem esferas de poder. No trabalho da Cláudia Andujar, para voltar a ele, a gente encontra uma forma de se aproximar de culturas muito distantes, né, que falam outra língua, mas usando o processo criativo e a sensorialidade que a imagem fotográfica é capaz de inspirar, ela cria pontes, para usar uma palavra que o professor Jacques usou agora há pouco, entre culturas diferentes e em torno da produção do conhecimento. Ela atua numa fronteira, ela gera um espaço no limite entre uma cultura e outra, em que ela se encontra, ela se transforma e todo mundo que participa dessa interação em torno da obra se transforma, né? A ideia de processo criativo nasceu no campo da psicologia no início do século XX e foi ganhando novas interpretações ao longo daquele século, também na sociologia e na semiótica. Essas primeiras vertentes carregam as marcas das principais formulações que procuraram sistematizar fases distintas do processo criativo, visto como mais ou menos individual, a depender da aproximação. Em formulação contemporânea brasileira relacionada à pesquisa nas artes, a atenção a processos criativos reconhece a relevância de materiais externos às obras, estudados na sua intenção de identificar conotações inacabadas, iterativas, relacionais e em rede, em processos que mobilizam dimensões sensíveis e intelectuais, para usar termos caros à professora Cecília Salles. Nessa série de fotografias aqui embaixo, da Cláudia Andujar, que é uma série chamada Voo do Vatupari, que ela começou a trabalhar nessa série em 1976, e, como a gente vai ver no próximo slide, continua trabalhando nela. Então, aí também tem uma questão de duração, uma questão de entender a pesquisa como um processo que pode ser retomado em diversos momentos da história. Então, que não necessariamente tem um fim em um produto, né, para ligar com a discussão que veio antes. Aqui, essa série é parte de uma série maior que registra uma viagem dela e do missionário Carlos Aquini, da Avenida Paulista, passando em frente ao MASP, em São Paulo, até a aldeia Yanomami, em Roraima. Durante os 13 dias de viagem através do território brasileiro, a fotógrafa registrou de dentro de seu Fusca preto, em movimento, a paisagem emoldurada por alguma parte do carro. Então, aqui vocês veem que tem uma porta aberta e ela está fotografando através da janela e através da porta, né? Então, o carro onde ela está dentro e é o veículo que está conduzindo ela nessa viagem através da geografia das mais diferentes partes do Brasil, ela sempre deixa uma parte do carro que sinaliza esse movimento dela, né, em direção aos Yanomamis. Em outros termos, também contemporâneos, a ênfase se desloca do processo criativo para a pesquisa como prática criativa, o que, em certo sentido, é uma formulação redundante, como eu falei antes, porque a pesquisa é sempre criativa, mas em tempos em que o excesso de formalismo, por vezes, cerceia a experimentação, porque é isso que a gente estava falando agora, trata-se de dilemas sobre como medir, mas também trata-se de adotar práticas que estimulem a criatividade da pesquisa e não se satisfaçam com resultados que podem ser facilmente computáveis, mas que significam pouco em termos de transformação. O título dessa série, para encerrar aqui, que eu sei que estamos atrasados e no fim do evento, o voo do Vatupari, ou o voo do urubu em Yanomami, se refere ao voo do Fusca, da fotógrafa, que aqui vocês veem o Fusca, a imagem não está muito boa, mas ele está dentro de um barco, quer dizer, o Fusca andou por muitos caminhos e usou de várias formas de transporte. E aqui ele está dentro do barco em cima de uma pilha de cimento. E a viagem foi super turbulenta, teve muita água, quase que afundou. Mas, enfim, essa imagem, do jeito que ela está aqui, ela é uma versão já de 2025, onde ela ganha um nome em torno do Fusca, né? A viagem do Fusca, e ganha cor. E aqui, desafiada pelo curador da obra dela, o Éder Chiodeto, que organizou um livro que eu recomendo muito a vocês, editado pelo Instituto Itaú Cultural, onde foi essa exposição, ela coloriu, ela introduziu uma outra frame aqui, que é amarela, né, para envolver e chamar atenção para o Fusca preto, que nas outras imagens é visível somente através de pedaços, né? E aqui ele aparece como um todo, visto numa rara imagem dessa série, visto de fora, né? Ela é fotografada de fora do Fusca, colorido 50 anos depois, então realçando essa dimensão processual, né, da pesquisa criativa, vamos dizer assim, que permite que a gente retome questões antigas. Então, estou encerrando aqui.
Dá tempo para uma pergunta, não? Ou a gente encerra aqui? Alguém gostaria de colocar uma pergunta, Esther? Mas enquanto alguém se anima, eu acho que é importante, mais uma vez, ressaltar o fato que, no Brasil, diferentemente de outras partes do mundo, as artes sempre integraram a universidade pública. E a partir do momento da instituição dessas grandes universidades públicas, né, a partir dos anos 1930. Mas, como a Esther também explora de uma maneira, né, peculiar, essa relação, e que a nossa palestrante, a Marcia McNutt, disse, ela não citou, ela fala dos STEM, mas não cita os STEAM, que é o grande desafio. Trazer as artes para esse âmbito das ciências, da tecnologia, da matemática e da engenharia, né? Como fazer com que essas escolas de arte que nós temos, esses departamentos de arte, realmente façam parte de processos transdisciplinares ou de transversalidade na universidade. Eu acho que esse é ainda o grande desafio que a gente tem nesse momento de transformação necessária que a keynote speaker mencionou na parte da manhã, né? Todos sabemos muito bem dessa necessidade de transformação e vocês, pós-docs, são peça fundamental nessa transformação em processo da universidade. Isso, claro que é uma conversa mais de gente com mais experiência, que está há muito tempo na universidade, mas o fenômeno dos pós-docs na USP é algo que os congressos vêm explorando muito bem, né? Mais uma vez, parabéns para os organizadores, mas eu acho que a gente precisa entender melhor esse papel de vocês aqui. E o que eu entendo que a Esther trouxe são fatores que precisam ser considerados e que, de certa maneira, ainda têm dificuldades de se relacionar, né? Muitas vezes eu acho que tem uma grande diferença no mundo hoje, não só entre os bonobos e os chimpanzés, mas também entre os terráqueos e os desterrados. Eu acho que assim a Esther focou nos terráqueos, né? Nessa necessidade que nós temos nas ciências humanas e nas artes de estarmos relacionados à ancestralidade, a diferentes cosmos-visões, enfim, a uma relação mesmo de experiência no mundo. E muitas das ciências trabalham numa esfera que é desterrada do universal, dos padrões que não são questionáveis, né? Então, eu acho que, encerrando, eu não sei se a Esther quer fazer mais um comentário, que talvez a gente não tenha pergunta. Opa!
Esther, muito obrigado pela fala. Recentemente eu vi um trabalho de Marina de la Riva, uma cantora, que ela leu as aulas teóricas de um compositor em Oxford, Stravinsky. E essas aulas sugeriram que ela fizesse uma pesquisa. Então ela pegou poemas de 200 anos atrás até agora e pegou letras de músicas que espelhavam esses poemas. E foi intercalando poemas e músicas antigos e novos num único show. Foi uma pesquisa gigantesca da alma humana, porque os poemas eram poemas, alguns eram russos, outros alemães, uma coisa muito, né? Ela teve que traduzir muitos desses poemas. E foi assim uma coisa, um show impactante, né? Porque ficava muito claro que aqueles sentimentos humanos muito antigos estavam reaparecendo em músicas muito novas, né? Então, tem um lado da arte e da criatividade que tem muita pesquisa por trás, né? E esse era o ponto de vista do Stravinsky, né? Por outro lado, na área de exatas, tudo na área de engenharia sempre começa com uma concepção dentro das nossas cabeças. Depois tem um design, depois tem uma implementação, depois tem uma operação. E aqui, quem tem um pouquinho de experiência com matemática e mesmo na compreensão da física, tem um estalo, tem um eureka, né?
Tem um prazer enorme nessa eureka.
Isso. Um prazer gigante. E parte dessa eureka faz... A gente tem que compreender o setor da sociedade que está sendo impactado depois com isso tudo. E e não cabe mais essa eureka só pelo prazer da eureka. A gente tem que chegar no setor da sociedade e documentar isto. Sem as humanas, não tem a menor chance, primeiro, de documentar, de perceber qual é o setor. Então, na ponta final, as artes e as humanidades são importantíssimas. No começo também. Fala um pouquinho da tua experiência, de como vocês têm influenciado as ciências mais duras, mesmo biologia, bioquímica, esse tipo de coisa, na parte inicial e na parte final.
Eu não vejo muito a gente influenciar, talvez eu esteja pessimista nesse sentido. Eu vejo que a gente é muito pouco valorizado, assim, a gente é visto como um bicho à parte que tem que existir, mas esse potencial desse trabalho conjunto eu não vejo muito acontecer. Eu escolhi falar da Cláudia Andujar porque eu acho que ela é uma artista que faz pesquisa. Ela teve bolsa FAPESP para fazer inclusive essa viagem aí, porque era uma viagem para documentar e pesquisar a mitologia Yanomami. Embora ela nunca tenha tido um vínculo acadêmico propriamente dito, a atividade artística dela era muito baseada em pesquisa no nosso sentido. E essa pesquisa tem a ver tanto com uma inquietação humanista, né, dela como uma pessoa desterrada e solidária com os Yanomamis, né, que ela foi se deslocar para Roraima de carro em 1974, 76, quer dizer, e foi se solidarizar com aquele povo. Imagina o que era isso naquela época, né? E, a partir de então, é uma coisa que a vida dela se deu junto com o trabalho, junto com esse povo. E ela mobiliza no trabalho dela em conhecimento técnico importante, quer dizer, no filme que ela escolhe, na lente que ela escolhe, quer dizer, tem toda uma questão ótica envolvida, né, nas fotografias, nas escolhas que ela faz, técnicas mesmo, para produzir imagens que sensibilizam, né, que são sensoriais. Então, e aqui, de novo, se conectam as artes e as ciências, né, porque a gente, e hoje em dia, se pensar, a neurociência está muito desenvolvida e a gente está diante de questões que a gente não vai avançar se não houver esse trabalho conjunto e essa disposição de enfrentar o que é sensorial, o que é do âmbito da emoção, porque como eu, enfim, por razões pessoais, eu sempre fui uma boa aluna, eu sempre gostei de matemática, então, e eu sei o prazer de uma descoberta, assim, como aluna, né? Então, para mim, a ciência, seja humana, seja exatas, e as artes são sobre esse prazer da descoberta, né? Para mim, ciência e pesquisa têm a ver com prazer, e não que as métricas elas têm que existir, tudo bem, mas a atitude da gente em relação a elas tem que ser uma atitude de não deixar que elas soterrem o prazer, né? Porque o que é central, e eu acho que, em relação a esse isolamento das ciências, né, que há um movimento de isolar as ciências, né, um movimento que parece querer retroagir a antes do Renascimento, né? O mesmo questionamento de quando se descobriu que a Terra é redonda, então a Terra não é mais redonda, enfim. Para se contrapor a isso, não é só uma questão de comunicação. Eu acho que é uma questão de de estimular as pessoas a participarem do pensamento, né? Claro que não vai estar todo mundo fazendo altas equações, né? Isso seria irreal, mas que todo mundo saiba o que é a ciência, saiba experimentar o que é a especulação científica, saiba interpretar os seus procedimentos no dia a dia como procedimentos que podem ser transformadores do seu cotidiano, né? Em decisões simples na sua casa. Meu pai falava que ele gostaria que a física fosse discutida nos bares, assim como é o futebol. E eu acho que é uma metáfora muito interessante. E que, se a gente, assim, eu penso muito nisso, nessa frase dele, porque eu acho que a tecnologia digital, por exemplo, e a inteligência artificial, as pessoas devem entender o que elas são. A gente tem que enfrentar desmistificar, né? Porque não tem nada mais mistificante do que o nosso celular. Quer dizer, você tirar uma fotografia e mandar ela em tempo real para alguém que vai receber é uma coisa que é mágica na mão das pessoas. Enquanto ela for mágica, nós não vamos avançar. Então, a gente tem que conseguir que as pessoas entendam o que elas estão fazendo quando elas fotografam e enviam, né? A fotografia analógica era mais fácil, né? Porque tudo era fisicamente visível e manipulável. A gente já não tem mais o laboratório analógico no meu departamento, que costumava ter, né? O laboratório analógico de fotografia. Eu acho que a gente devia voltar a ter, porque essa passagem ela é crucial, a compreensão dessa passagem, né? Do analógico para o digital. Enfim, talvez seja idealista da minha parte achar isso, mas eu acho que a resposta está... A universidade é um lugar muito estratégico hoje em dia, não é à toa que as incursões contra a universidade têm sido muito fortes, e pode ser que piorem nisso, porque elas são lugar... E as universidades americanas, que eu tive a oportunidade de conhecer, graças ao sistema público de financiamento brasileiro, né, que me concedeu uma bolsa de doutorado, e depois eu tive convites para voltar para lá. Mas esse input inicial da bolsa da CAPES foi fundamental. Eu tive esse privilégio de conhecer ilhas de criatividade, de produção do conhecimento, muito abertas à diversidade, muito abertas à participação de estrangeiros, tanto professores quanto alunos. E não é à toa que elas estão sendo destruídas, que elas estão ali logo de cara, a primeira coisa que vem, né, a ser desmontada. Então, eu ainda acredito que é na criatividade, nas universidades, que a gente tem que investir para conseguir sair dessa situação que combina um salto tecnológico monstruoso com um retrocesso político também monstruoso, né? E as duas coisas juntas são trágicas, né? Uma combinação trágica. Eu acho que a universidade está numa posição estratégica para conseguir mudar essa correlação de forças e fazer com que o salto tecnológico se dê de uma maneira democrática e mais aberta a formas diversas do conhecimento, graças às quais a Amazônia ainda existe, né? Por exemplo.
Bom, por favor, aplausos para... Bom almoço a todos e voltamos às 2h.
Virou o inferno.